He's down a piece, he's down 2 pawns.
A couple of checks, Magnus's king is going to dance easily out of them.
Take my queen and give me a new one, please.
He's losing now.
You walked right into the net.
And they know it. They know it.
Turn your boards.
909.
952.
Probably made a big mistake.
Oh, and the bar's going up. This is an absolute gem of a game.
Wesley So has done it.
He's going in for the attack, but
He's walked into checkmate. Black can play rook takes pawn.
One move checkmate. 2 seconds. Oh my god, what an Armageddon!
Just like the fields in the Champion Chess Tour, our commentary trio is trimmed to 2. There are only 2 players left in each and every division here in the first leg of the Champion Chess Tour, the Chessable Masters. I'm Robert Hess. Alongside me is Grandmaster David Howell. David, we're going to miss Tanya today, but how excited are you for the action?
I'm super excited. I'm gutted Tanya has abandoned us, but there's still so much chess to look forward to. And who else? I mean, who would I rather follow these games with, Robert? Nobody other than you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Today, we take a pause from Division 1, but Division 2, Division 3, so much on the line, so much still to play for, and some household names.
Well, if Magnus Carlsen didn't think he had a long enough vacation, it's extended by a day because we will not have any action in Division 1 today. But let's remind everybody of who is left standing. We started with 8 participants in the top division, and now it is just Alireza Firouzja who came back from the loser's bracket to face Magnus Carlsen. Magnus will have 2 lives in the grand final. But Alireza Firouzja, David, he's been quite impressive as he's been able to regain his form.
Alireza, after a tough start to Division 1, bounced back, made his way all the way through the loser's bracket, and that's some prize. A match against Magnus Carlsen. He will have to beat him twice tomorrow if he wants to win the Chessable Masters, but he can do it. Alireza has been in sparkling form the last few days.
It's all about how will he prepare, how will he be able to do against Magnus Carlsen, the #1 player in the world. So 2 can play that game, but 2 will be playing in Division 2 as well, because we started with Division 1. That's been our main focus. We're going to be in Division 2 and Division 3, which is where we see these 2 players left standing, Alexei Sarana and Alexander Grischuk. But David, look at how many names are on this graphic. So many appear here that we can barely see them.
What a bracket that is. It's just a beast there. It's ginormous, this bracket. But this is the winner's bracket. We started with 8 in Division 2, and that has been whittled down. At least 8 in the quarterfinals, but that has been whittled down, as you mentioned. And in the winners' semi-finals, it was Sarana and Grischuk who triumphed. They met in the winners' final. Sarana knocked him out 3-0, a walkover pretty much. But Grischuk has made his way back. He's aiming for revenge today, Robert.
Down but not out was Alexander Grischuk. He took down Alexander Bortnik in the losers final. Bortnik, a streamer, content creator, very strong grandmaster from the Ukraine. He actually lost his first match and still was able to make his way through to the losers final before bowing out to Alexander Grischuk. So we have a rematch in Division 3. It's Alexei Sarana versus Alexander Grischuk. David, these 2 players, they come from different generations, but nowadays they're quite neck and neck. And as we see, at least on paper, Alexei Sarana with the overall head-to-head lead, 7-2 with 1 draw. Are you surprised by that?
Well, I'm not surprised that Alexei Sarana is so highly rated on Chess.com in Rapid Chess. He's the European champion, not just in classical, in quicker formats too, and there we see him on camera. I am surprised though, Robert, as you mentioned, that he has such a big upper hand against his former compatriot, Alexander Grischuk. Grischuk is so experienced, so wily, so cunning, such deep chess understanding. But it's the new generation, it's youth prevailing so far, and that head-to-head was influenced by the other day, and Grischuk will have a score to settle. I think this is actually going to be much closer now that the stakes are higher. Sarana, he's not going to have it all his way as he did just a couple of days ago. So yeah, a lot to look forward to. Grischuk's one of my favourite players, so I'm especially invested in this one.
Grischuk is a favorite of the masses because he always brings those quips and his entertaining style to interviews and also the chessboard. So that's what's happening in Division 3. Let's also dive into Division 2 because there is so much on the line here in the second division. The winner will take part in the top division in the next event, also win a cool $15,000. And just like Division 3, there are a lot of players that have their names on this graphic. 16 entered, only 2 remain. And as we look towards the top, it's been the Vincent Keymer show from the start. He took out Peter Svidler, he blanked him, he then beat Jeffrey Zhang. He also was able to defeat Benjamin Bach, and he will face Levon Aronian, who he came from the bottom side of this bracket. He also got off to a blistering start and even defeated Vladislav Artemiev. David, we've seen Artemiev thrive in the top division, beating Magnus Carlsen in the 2023 season, but Levon was too much for him. Then we saw Keymer take down Levon, throw him to the loser's bracket, but just like in Division 3, that player was able to continue and make it back to the grand final. It's Levon Aronian. It's Vincent Keymer. David, what do we make of this?
I like the symmetry, I've got to admit, Robert. It's another clash of generations. Vincent's still a teenager. Levon, he's been around. He's done it all before. It's also a rematch, just as in Division 3. And Vincent will start out as the favorite. He has 2 lives remaining. Levon is the one who needs to win twice now in 2 separate matches. Levon also has to overcome that setback of having lost to Vincent earlier in the event. But he's capable. As we know, Levon Aronian, he's a bit of a magician. He, depending on his form, can surprise everyone. So I think this one's also going to be close. And on paper, the stats show it's hard to separate the two.
It certainly is. And David, sometimes we get by with a little help from our friends. Neither of these two had to play against Hikaru Nakamura or Anish Giri. Division 2 is just full of powerhouses. So Hikaru, he bowed out early. He won a single match. He lost 2 of them. He was gone. Anish Giri, he won a couple matches, but then lost to Benjamin Bach. And it was Levon Aronian who stopped Benjamin because otherwise this would have been Vincent against the Dutch Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. So it just goes to show how strong the second division is as well.
All 3 divisions, as we're getting used to now, Robert, it's pretty much a who's who of chess. I mean, all generations taking part, all ages, kind of players from all over the world. It's really, really nice to see. And we're getting unique matches. I mean, nowhere else will you see a head-to-head between Vincent Keymer and Levon Aronian. I just can't wait for the chess to start just in a few minutes.
But before we get to the moves, let's talk about some of the numbers, because these two, they did square off the other day. Vincent Keymer had the upper hand, and that's why the overall record is in Vincent's favor. But as we talk about Division 2 appearances, continuing from a season ago, Levon, he does have more experience, and it's not just because he's 41 years old. He's just been playing in more of the Champions Chess Tour events.
Yeah, he's played in plenty of those Champions Chess Tour events. He's played plenty over the board throughout his career in Rapid, hence his higher FIDE rating than Vincent. But of course, the youngster catching up. Here we see Levon Aronian in action in one of his trademark characteristic flamboyant shirts. He's got style on the board. He's got style whenever he plays chess, and a big, big fan favorite. And nice to see him having such success, Robert, despite I'm not going to call him being a veteran here, but at least relatively compared to his young opponent today.
He has a lot of experience, a wealth of experience, and he does have that fantastic style. I know that Danny Wrench is a huge fan of Levon's, and we do have Danny to help explain what's about to happen and what's been going on in Division 2 and 3. So why don't we let everyone hear it from Danny himself?
The year-long Champions Chess Tour consists of 4 main online events and 1 live final. Each event will begin with a play-in tournament, open to all grandmasters and top finishers from qualifying events. 69 players from the play-in will be joined on the second day by the 4 qualifiers from the previous tour event. Match play with 73 players will then determine placement across all 3 divisions. Division play then commences with 6 days of double elimination brackets. The last players standing are your winners. The winner of Division 1 qualifies directly to the CCT Finals. The winner of Division II secures a spot in Division I at the next tour event, while the winner of Division III is guaranteed at least a spot in Division II. In each event, players also accrue points for the season-long leaderboard. The final standings will decide who joins our Division I winners at the year-end CCT Live Finals. Each regular season event will feature a whopping $300,000 prize pool, while the final 8 players will battle it out for their part in $500,000 in prizes at the final. That's $1.7 million up for grabs in the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. So tune in and watch all the action as the best chess players in the world compete to be crowned the next CCT champion.
If you heard Danny's words, it means you're already here, and it means you want to see who will take the lion's share of these prizes. The prize pool in Division II, $93,500 first place, winning $15K, second, $10K, and the points. That is all important, David. Those leaderboard points, they will play a part in who makes it to the season end finals.
Yeah, the points could be essential. Every point matters. Not only does the winner of Division 2 get 50 points, they also qualify for the next Champions Chess Tour event, Division 1, where they're guaranteed a bunch of points as well. So there's so much at stake. Actually a huge difference, both in terms of the cash reward and the points, just based on these next few games. And we see them there on our cameras. Both look ready to rumble. Levon Aronian, he's been playing super fast throughout this event. Just pretty much playing blitz despite the rapid format. Vincent, Robert, has been so impressive. He's been one of the kind of breakout stars of the last few years and only getting better day by day.
Just 19 years old is Vincent Keymer. He's assured of at minimum a $10,000 payday. So Vincent, the best of his chess is ahead of him, but he needs to bring his best today if he's going to take down the wily veteran Levon Aronian. Well, speaking of wily veterans, David, it's Alexander Grischuk.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I love Grischuk, just his style, his charisma. He does tend to get in time trouble over the board. That could be a bit of a hindrance for him today, but something that I think a lot of our viewers will empathize with. Grischuk, oof. He understands chess so much better than most players. I can't wait to follow those games, Robert. I just saw him out the corner of my eye on the camera as well, just showing his age with some tech issues there, but we'll be back with the players very, very shortly.
That was quite amusing. I'm glad that we didn't expose that to the world, but yeah, he was definitely pointing to his phone, maybe doing some fair play checks. That was funny. So the games will begin in just a couple of minutes now. David, I guess I have to put you on the spot. It's just the two of us. What do you expect in these matches? Do you think that the players who are coming from the winner's bracket and thus have 2 lives, do you think they'll just keep on sailing and win their titles? Or do you think Levon or Grischuk, who have come back from the dead, from the loser's bracket, do you think they can land 2 match victories in a row?
That's a tough call, Robert. Yesterday, I backed Experience. I backed Jan Nepomniachtchi to triumph over a couple of youngsters. That was not the case in the end. It was youth that prevailed. Today, this clash of generations, it's the younger player in both Division 2 and 3 who have those extra lives. So even if they're pegged back and kind of lose that first match, maybe that extra energy from being a bit younger will help if it does end up being a marathon. So I do feel Vincent Keymer today, big favourite. I think Alexei Sarana, a bit of a favourite there. I've learned from yesterday, Robert, with my prediction. Always back these youngsters, this new guard. How about yourself? What are you expecting?
It's hard to bet against Vincent Keymer under any circumstances, but when he has 2 lives to Levon Aronian's 1, I do think that Levon has serious chances. He has the style to get under people's skin. Like, he just plays very quickly. He plays confidently. He takes risks, and you tend to believe him because he is one of the highest rated players in chess history. So for Levon Aronian and Vincent Keymer, I actually think that this one, it really depends on who gets that first game. If Levon wins game 1, I think Vincent could be in trouble, even though he has those 2 lives.
There's a lot going on in Vincent Keymer's room right now. I can see the clock in the top left corner. The countdown has begun, about to start any moment. Is the writing on the wall? I mean, that's some funky wallpaper, but Vincent ready to go. And Levon too, he's back in his chair, we're going to see liftoff any moment now. And looks like Vincent will start with the white pieces, Robert. He'll be eager for a fast start in this one.
He certainly will. You do not want to lose with the white pieces. Start giving your opponent that confidence boost. And we have D4. Action is underway here in Division 2 of the Chessable Masters. And by the way, I like that artwork behind Levon. Is he the king? Is he trying to say that he also is painting? He is going to at least do art on the chessboard, David.
He's a bit of an artist when he gets in the flow. Let's hope for Levon's sake the Black King isn't the one toppling over on the board at least. But in the meantime, it's the Grunfeld defense. And actually a rare guest in Aronian's repertoire, not his usual stuff. And wow, look at this maximum central tension already. I've been playing this opening my entire career, my entire life. But this is a rare position, I've got to say. Just on this last move, Black initiating the chaos. Look at that Black bishop, the assassin, the archer from afar. And already the fact that Vincent's paused is not a good sign for White. If he wants to kind of bail out, he'll start taking pawns in the center. You shouldn't take the C pawn. As you mentioned, there's tension along the diagonal. Take this pawn instead, and this will guarantee a bunch of exchanges. And we'll see the kind of the skeleton of the Grunfeld form in a moment. White has more central pawns. White has a really nice structure there, but Black has activity and will aim to erode, chip away at White's center from afar. So interesting mind games for me, Robert. I haven't been following Levon too closely in this event, but definitely not kind of his normal repertoire. A bit of a surprise for Vincent at these early stages.
And that's what Levon has shown a willingness to do. He doesn't just play in one style, in one opening. He is venturing into new territory, and that makes it difficult to pin him down, to prepare for. And this queen on d5, normally we don't like our queens out in the center of the board because they get kicked by pieces, but look at what Levon is doing. He's actually trading the queens, liquidating. So David, we're getting the start of a Grunfeld ending here. I believe king takes queen. You can use your king as a weapon in the endgame, so you don't have to castle it. But what do you make of these types of positions? Are they more up Vincent or Levon's alley?
I would say Vincent, despite his tender years, he's really, really good in strategic positions. Shout out to Peter Lecco as well, his longtime coach, who's given this kind of solid foundation to Vincent's play, who's kind of taught him how to kind of maximize, how to grind in these types of endgames. And Levon, you would associate him with more active play potentially, Robert. So with the queens off the board, unlikely to be any direct tactics, minimal attacks, despite the white king sitting in the center. I think now Vincent will activate that white rook. There we go. The reason for viewers at home that he took with the king was to connect his rooks, get that white rook out of h1 as quickly as possible. Now the white king might just slide back, and at least he's kind of castled. But yes, a superficial castle, but his king's actually far better placed than it would be off in the corner. You don't need to keep the king too safe. You're really active. As I mentioned earlier, I've got a lot of experience here, mostly from the black side, and it's not that much fun compared to a normal Grunfeld. I think Vincent's trying to suck the joy out, not for us. We're going to enjoy it nonetheless, Robert, but for Levon Aronian.
Well, Levon just put his rook in line with the white king, so it's clear. He wants to push this pawn to e5 as the d4 pawn is pinned. And David, I know you've got experience on the black side, and when you play these top grandmasters, they don't miss simple ideas like that. But what they do accomplish is they take control over open files and restrict your pieces. This situation on the queen side is one where white already has the rooks connected. As you mentioned, the rooks can take control over long open files, and his bishop on f4, as long as it can't be blockaded, it stops a black rook from getting to a defensive square like b8. So I have to agree with you that it isn't pleasant to have this type of position from the black side if your opponent knows what he's doing. Does Vincent, David?
That's the big question. He's paused, and a bit of an odd moment to pause because, as you mentioned, Robert, a huge threat on the board, pawn to e5. It might not necessarily win material, but it would break Black's position open, and the white king will start to sweat. So there's only two moves I see, two candidate moves in this position. Either you slide back with the white king, just kind of automatic, the autopilot move, or you put the white rook on c5, position it on a slightly vulnerable square, but just to control Black's potential counterplay. You mentioned knowing what you're doing. Often the top players, they'll be able to feel out the position, the structure they want, the pieces they want to keep on the board or exchange. But odd, slightly odd at least, to see Vincent think for so long, already over 2 minutes down on the clock. And it's still basically the early stages. He was the one who chose this variation. There we go. One of the moves happens. Rook to c5. Very logical move, but slightly slower start. Do you think the nerves are playing a role here, or just trying to find his bearings?
I think there are nerves because he's got a chance to qualify for the top division, and he's playing Levon, who is a trickster, who doesn't mind bluffing. And you ask all of the top players about Levon, they say they can't always tell when he's deep in preparation or just playing off the cuff. And it's just because he has so much experience and he's beaten all of the best players on the planet. Look up his head-to-head with Magnus Carlsen in classical chess. He's taken him down so many times in his career. So Levon, is he in his preparation? Is he just rolling with the punches as the moves happen? I do think he's in prep, David. I have to say this looks like a standard position from the black side. And once again, he is trying to open up ideas with e5 by moving his bishop to g4. And also he's connected his rook. So I like what Levon's doing. No problems with what Vincent has done. But David, the clock, that is where I feel concerned for Vincent, is at some point he will need to speed up.
Need to speed up, and he will need to stay vigilant on this move because there are some tactics in the air. If White were to be careless and play a move like h3, kind of asking a question of Black's light square bishop, then Black would just trade off on f3 and look at the white rooks. They're actually lined up on dark squares. Knight takes d4 here, I think, would be a killer, at least giving Black a big advantage. And now bishop takes d4. Both the white rooks are forked, double attacked, and Levon would suddenly win on the spot. So Vincent needs to get one of his rooks to a safer square. This is what to avoid. And once you know what to avoid, it makes it easier to figure out what you want to do. Instead, he puts his rook on c1. So that tactic doesn't work. Black can potentially get a rook for 2 pieces, but you want to keep your minor pieces on the board right now. And Levon, I'm going to say, Robert, because he doesn't he doesn't throw out the Grunfeld too often, I do fear for him unless he's able to get something concrete. If White's able to keep this bind, the strong pawn on d4, then I think Black might be suffering long term. So kind of pros and cons. Black's very active, but you need to continue to be energetic in this type of position, and not easy to do. Just kind of taking your foot off the pedal, off the gas, and you could just be in for a lot of torture later on. I'm going to say I'm favouring White here slightly, Robert. How about you?
I agree, and I think you're speaking from experience. Having the black side of the Grunfeld in this endgame, it is favorable for White, who has the activity, but Black, in the long run, has outside pawns that potentially you can use to your advantage. So while Levon sits in for his first major think of the game, why don't we zoom out? Because we also have the grand final in Division III. Alexei Sarana versus Alexander Grischuk. You see that on the right-hand side of the screen. And, what a different type of position we have there. Apparently, Grischuk is just crushing him.
Wow, what has happened on that board? Look at the evaluation bar on the right side of your screens, everyone. White is apparently just winning despite the fact it's level material, and it's purely because of the passivity of Black's pieces. Look at the Black queen on the kind of left flank on b8 there, so far separated from her king. That's always a red flag in any chess position. If your queen's that far away, she'll never participate in the defense, and you might just get checkmated. Grischuk turning on the style. I've got to say, Robert, as well, just below the board, I see his rapid rating. That is so deceptive. Alexander Grischuk is a 27,800 player. He's not a 2648 at rapid, no matter what. And he's just got a clear-cut plan. White's going to throw the f-pawn forward. White is going to go for Sarana's king. And dramatic start to Division 3 over there. It's just a glorious position right now for White. Sarana blocks up that pawn push that I was mentioning, Robert, but the problems are long-term here.
And White hasn't sacrificed anything. Normally, to get a position like this, you might even give up a whole piece, just to go on the attack. But here, the material is even. The Black queen on b8, the Black rook on a8, they're not participating. And you like to say when the king and queen are divorced, that can cause problems. The queen needs to be on a square like f7 to help ensure the king's safety. So what would I do here if I were Grischuk? I would be looking at a rook lift. I'm not even sure which rook. Rook c3 over to the king side, rook f3, just scooted on over to g3 or h3. I feel like some of these moves are extremely natural, But I know from experience, David, that sometimes you play the obvious move and the engine immediately criticizes you. So I would be looking at queen h5, a rook lift, but perhaps there's something better. Do you see anything that is less brute force than a move like queen to h5 and a rook lift?
Question, Robert. And I think here, if I were Grischuk, I would be facing the exact same dilemma. Look at him kind of shaking his head on the camera, kind of counting, calculating. He's spending too much time because there are too many attractive moves. You mentioned a bunch of them. Queen h5 looks so tempting. Rook to f3, I like maybe a bit more than rook c3 because then you can kind of switch to the queen side, king side, depending on where your opponent starts playing. Yeah, but essentially you just have to trust your instincts and move. Grischuk, the one thing that did trip him up, I feel, from the kind of first match against Sarana, when I played through those games, it was the clock. It was his time handling. And Sarana, he's not going to be shy about hustling on time if he needs to. Black's position is so desperately bad. But Grischuk, he's got too many choices. He's not going to calculate a checkmate here. I think we were both trying to work out whether there's anything direct. Grischuk, look at him talking to himself now. He's thinking the same, but he's just going to move. He's still going to be better. Like you said, the eval bar might switch, but who cares? You just have to keep time up your sleeve for later. As the feature chat say, it is dominance, this position, but that will change if the clock keeps under 4 minutes now. This is the story of Grischuk's career.
It really is. And if you give Black a few turns, rook f7, knight f8, get this bishop out of here. Like, it's not like it's a complicated plan from Black's perspective. And that's why I think you and I are agreeing that White needs to act fast. And sometimes haste makes waste, but I would not pause before I played a move like queen to h5. But you can tell by Grischuk's face right now. He's a poker player, but I don't think that he has a poker face at the moment. He's like, where is it? How do I actually go after my opponent? And he has yet to move, David. He is down 4 minutes to conduct an attack from here. It's not that obvious. He needs to act fast.
He needs to just move, stop calculating. I mean, this has been the problem of my career as well. Time issues, especially I notice when you have a pleasant advantage and kind of your spidey senses are tingling. You know in the back of your mind you're winning. And it's frustrating if your opponent kind of sets up defenses like this and there's no obvious breakthrough. But that's where the top players, the Magnus Carlsens, the Hikaru Nakamuras of the world, they just trust their instincts. They just set a trap. Eventually he decides upon knight to a5, wow. Robert, and multi-purpose move that actually not on my radar, but I love it.
I think that was the best move. I'm going to quickly look. I'm going to go back a half step and put on the move. That was the best move by far, knight a5. So Alexander Grischuk, he spends quite a lot of time in a move that you admitted, I wasn't looking in that direction. I'm looking at the king side. He says, my knight isn't on its best square. It can hop back to c4 to ask questions of this bishop on d6. It also freezes this b-pawn. You definitely don't want to see this knight land on c6 to hit this queen on b8. And, the move rook f7 played by Sarana, that's a pretty natural choice. But I think that this knight, David, can wrap around to c4, or maybe he's just going to keep it here forever and say, Black is stuck. You don't actually have an active plan.
And I think, again, this is great for explaining to everyone who isn't familiar with Grischuk his style. He's a perfectionist, and that's a very good thing in chess, but it's a kind of double-edged blade. Perfectionism in rapid chess can backfire long-term, and there we see queen to g4. He's playing on both flanks. I like it, Robert. I would have also liked the consistent kind of knight c4. It felt like he was playing on that side of the board, but he's looking at both flanks. He's keeping Black honest and already traps. The Black knight is frozen, cannot move because the white knight would leap into b6. This is almost Zugzwang, I've got to say. Black can barely touch a single pawn, a single piece, but it's all about the clock. Grischuk, can he hold his nerves? Pawn to b6. Look at Sarana on the camera. He's walked into another knight fork, knight d8, just wins the game on the spot. Will Grischuk see it?
Oh my gosh. David, I love this game. This is a knight's dance. And he repeats, this is that old school Russian training that if you can repeat, you have to do it. And then only afterwards will he take this rook. But David, if he doesn't take this rook and finds whatever better move exists in the position, I'm done. I won't be able to talk anymore. I'll be speechless.
That would be sadistic, not even snacking on a free exchange here, free material. He does eventually take, and a good decision to play that move quickly. But so classy, just so classy, Robert. When it all comes together for Grischuk, I mean, there's no one better to watch, simply. White now has moves like queen to h5 check. You either win the h7 pawn or you sneak in behind enemy lines to the e8 square. Rook lifts still look really tempting right now. Yeah, I mean, rook to f3, rook to g3. There's something is going to collapse. He does deliver a check first. But Sarana, you can see it on the camera, he's trying to keep his poker face this time. But the occasional flinch, he's not enjoying this at all. He knows he's just been outclassed in this game. And we have a real match in our hands in this one if Grischuk takes the first win.
Sarana won all 3 games between these two in the winners' final. It was a 3-0 sweep. And now it looks like Grischuk has a chance to get out to a hot start. But he does need to watch his time. We spoil winning positions regularly when we don't have enough time to calculate. I am keeping an eye on the other board, and I am also keeping an eye on this rook on f3, sliding over. David, at this stage, I do think that Grischuk has everything under control. The rook is coming over for the attack, and it's just a matter of time before the black king side falls apart.
Feels like it's getting closer, but they do say that good positions don't win games, good moves do. So he still needs to land that killer touch, that final blow, which is often the hardest thing to do. I'm expecting Sarana to move the black light squared bishop and just say, okay, prove it. I'm sure there is something in the position, but it's definitely Grischuk with 1 minute who has to find it. He has to calculate. What else? Black is totally stuck. There's literally nothing else to do. Sarana will move his light square bishop. But yeah, look at that clock. 1 minute and counting. Big threat on the board. Queen takes h7. And black again has to defend. Retreat the knight. What else? Knight to f8. There is no mate, they say. But this might be the exception, Robert.
This looks like there will be a mating attack. And while Grischuk is on the offensive, I just want to note that the other game, it's about to fizzle out. So as we head back to our bird's eye view, we actually might catch the end of the first game in Division II. Vincent Keymer and Levon Aronian. They had bishops of opposite color. Well, Vincent, he just left. I don't know. His clock is still ticking until the draw is agreed, as it has been. So game 1 in the books, David, a very fair result. Looks like Levon handled himself quite nicely.
Levon, we were saying his position was slightly uncomfortable. He needed to be energetic, but he did find the energy in the end. And he was able to trade off a bunch of pieces. Opposite color bishops do have that drawish tendency. Probably the most drawish final position you'll ever see. But yeah, it will be a close match, of course, in Division 2. All eyes on this one, Robert. And I think I found the checkmate. If black does retreat, knight back to f8, white can actually take on f6, blow open the black king, and start entering on the g file. Rook to g3, check will come. The queen will come into f7. Sarana might just throw in the towel and resign here. No way to defend. It is collapsing. Grischuk has found the incisive path to victory.
And it's a lovely one. h6. Well, this is clear. Demolition time. Just bishop takes h6. You get rid of all of the shield in front of the black's king. That's pretty basic. And then for black, knight f6, I think knight takes f6 check. Not nearly as obvious, but sacrificing a knight to get at the black king. It's just a quick attack. And David, I mean, you're calling it. Looks like Grischuk had everything under control from start to finish in this game. And that knight maneuver, and look at Sarana giving up h7 with check, just hoping that Grischuk will go wrong somewhere. That knight maneuver, knight a5, I'm still so impressed by that decision from Grischuk.
We were questioning it. We thought he was kind of playing it fast and loose with the clock, a bit risky there, but ultimately he invested 2 or 3 minutes, Grischuk, and that knight maneuver, knight a5, knight c6, knight d8, it was the winning idea. And look at this. He's still showing accuracy, giving all the checks. Now, actually, rook to h7 might lead to checkmate, a very well-known pattern there. Rook to h7, followed by queen to h5, and delivering the killer blow. Or you can just take the bishop if you don't want to risk it. Grischuk. Again, perfectionism, Robert. It's costing him a lot of time, but it's going to win him the game.
We see off to the left of the board, it does say M5, checkmate in 5, and Grischuk finds it. I mean, you see the accuracy right next to his name there. It says nearly 95%. I don't know where that 5% went away from him, because it seems like every single turn that we saw was the absolute best move. And even in a position where he could take a bishop for free, there's nothing wrong with this move. It's still winning for white. He could play queen h5 and deliver checkmate this way. He could play bishop h6 and then take on g7. But David, when Alexander Grischuk is playing like this, I mean this, there are even Magnus Carlsen would struggle against him, as in proven in the past. And Alexander Grischuk, he takes game one.
Our play, gangster chess. We've all seen the kind of gangster memes with Grischuk, with his really charismatic interviews, and that was just a sparkling game. Sarana, he needs to recover. That was really one-sided, that first game. Of course, he has 2 lives, but Grischuk, Robert, he's going to be a hard man to stop in that form. Such a good start for him. So great to see. And I'm going to say he's my favorite player for a reason.
He's unbelievable. When he is in form, when he's not getting himself too low in the clock, Alexander Grischuk, he seems unstoppable. He leads 1-0 in Division 3, and in Division 2, between Levon Aronian and the teenager Vincent Keymer, we saw a peaceful result. David, 2 extraordinarily different games.
Totally different in style, in character there. Vincent tried to trade off pieces, grind down, tried to obtain a small advantage, but he was neutralized in the end quite impressively by Levon Aronian. The other game, though, it was just really romantic chess. It was reminiscent of 19th century chess, just an attack, brutal checkmate in the end. And I'm hoping for more of the same. Often, Robert, I find these matches, kind of how they start is an indicator of how they continue. And it's often hard to kind of regain control, for example, if you're Sarana, after just kind of reeling from that defeat. The other one I'm sure will come to life at some point, Vincent Keymer and Levon Aronian. They're both too classy not to start throwing things at each other. They'll get impatient eventually. But a great start to this day.
Well, we have seen Alexei Sarana in Division 1 a year ago in the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. He had some major upsets, and he beat Alireza Firouzja in a match. He was quite powerful when he did make it into the top division. So Sarana, he's a familiar name, as you said, European champion in classical chess. Also in the quicker type controls, he, I think, won the European Team Championship. So he had a great 2023 as his rating has risen to near 2,700. But the players that we have here in Vincent Keymer and Levon Aronian, well over 2,700. Vincent recently, I think he went to the top 20 players in the world, and Levon Aronian, the 4th highest rated player in chess history. So these two are really stalwarts of the game. And David, as we get into the second game of the match, there's opening stages here. Whose chances in the match do you like better?
I think it's just finely poised, finely balanced right now. They're playing my favorite opening and my favorite type of food, Robert, the Italian. And right now, interesting to see Levon Aronian kind of employ this opening. I remember a few years back, as recently as 2019 or so, he was not known as an e4 player, but now dabbling in these types of setups with white. He's an expert, of course, from the black side. And interesting to see this type of position arise. We saw Firouzja employ something very similar yesterday with success against Denis Lazovic. And it will take a small kind of pause here with a quiet maneuvering phase. There won't be any fireworks yet, but I quite like the fact that Levon is kind of playing calmly here. Of course, we all know he can change the pace at a moment's notice. He's so good at jumping on an opportunity to kind of be dynamic. But right now, another quieter start to this game. How about yourself? Whose chances do you favor after this opening?
Well, I like how quickly Levon is playing, and I know you like the opening because it was your childhood pet line that everyone, you said, criticized you for, but Levon, he probably didn't because he's playing it himself, even as the years have passed. But this type of position, I think, usually is pleasant to play from the white side. You know exactly where your pieces belong. You try to get into potential squares like f5, and black often has to follow suit and reroute the knight. But Vincent instead strikes in the center. So it's not impatience. This is a main idea. But with a rook and a knight staring at e5, sometimes you actually drop a pawn in the center in these types of lines. So you need to be really, really careful before you make what looks like a small pawn push. David, it can have huge consequences.
Yeah, you're right, Robert. And already it's becoming tactical. I said it would be calmer, just pure maneuvering. But maybe we can show why white cannot get greedy here and grab a pawn. Some of the viewers might be wondering, okay, there's tension in the center. You can win material. Greed is good. Take on d5. But after everything is traded off, after knight takes pawn here, after if white takes on e5. This is a very well-known trick. And again, pattern recognition for those who are familiar with the Italian game. Bishop takes f2, check, would regain the material because white cannot take back with the king. Simply loose pieces drop off, double attack, queen to f6, check. So Levon Aronian, he was calculating this variation. He didn't like it. Yes, white could have dodged with the king to h1, but then your king is always a bit airy, a bit open. So he chooses something else instead. And wow, a really ambitious move in the game from Levon Aronian, bishop to d2. This is based on the fact you're not going to trade queens now on the d-file. It's very cagey, though. Just maximum tension, Robert. Levon trying to embrace the moment and just throwing the move back to his opponent.
He is agent of chaos, Levon Aronian. He does not mind spicing things up. He likes those kind of combative positions. And as you said, most importantly, he's keeping the queens on the board. One of the threats, and I'm saying that word lightly, was to trade pawns on e4 and then trade queens off next. That is unavailable because there is a bishop in the path of the black queen. So I like this decision. You could also slide your queen on over to c1 at some moment because, David, we know how dangerous sacrifices can be on this h6 square. And Vincent keeps thinking. So I once again like how the opening has gone for Levon.
The clock time is a big giveaway here that Vincent isn't entirely comfortable and at least less familiar with this type of position than Levon Aronian. He does play rook to e8, very healthy move. I'm now expecting Levon to kind of keep that tension, queen to e2, queen to c1, just kind of cagey moves. And okay, first knight to g3, of course, another natural one. It's very hard, these positions, again, from my experience with both colors. With black, you never know when to trade, when to push forward in the center, where to place your pieces. With white, there's lots of obvious kind of improving moves. It's black with the choice, black with the pressure on. But yeah, now objectively balanced, at least, Robert.
I just like the knight on g3. And a note to everybody at home, if you play the black side of these positions, the bishop on e6 is actually super important to stop a white knight from getting into f5 because we like to say a knife on f5. It can be a dagger against the black king. So be really careful before trading off too many pieces. And wow, look at this move, David. d4. Is that impatience, or do you think that this type of move is Vincent trying to claim some advantages of his own?
I think a bit of both there. It is impatient because you could have just continued building up, maybe moved the black queen, brought the black rook in the corner to the center first before deciding. But it's also extremely ambitious. He's taking over the space, gaining ground in the center, and there are some threats. Pawn takes c3 now as a threat, unleashing the black queen. The white d3 pawn is a backward pawn. It's a big target in the near future. But you have closed off, you've kind of cut the board in half with this decision as Vincent Keymer. Now, if white is able to just lock down the center or kind of at least maintain it, then white's attentions will switch towards the king side. And it's going to be harder to fight. Having the option, you talk about pawn breaks, Robert, from time to time, and having the option to open things up can be a godsend if you're on the defensive. Now it's going to be a locked structure for a long time and totally different nature of play. So confident move by Vincent, but a bit of risk attached. That's how I see this last move.
I like how you explained it, cutting the board in half, because when we look at pawn chains, where are the pawn chains? B7 and A6, that's a pawn chain. It's not what I'm going to highlight in this position, but that is what a pawn chain is, just connected pawns. So for those of you at home who want to learn about pawn chains, you tend to operate in the direction of your pawn chain. White has a pawn chain towards the king side. White would like to get a knight to f5. Black has a pawn chain towards the queen side. We may see black further expand with moves like b5 in the future. And as David noted, the d3 pawn is a bit tender in white's camp. So this is what the players are aiming for, is you have to have full board awareness. That's for sure the case. But in this type of position, white would like to make a move like knight h4 and into f5. And white would be especially pleased if this bishop leaves the board, because then the knight can sink its teeth into f5 without worrying about being captured. So right now, Levon is on the clock. David, maybe this is a good moment for us as he retreats his bishop, just to zoom out to our bird's eye view and see what's happening in Division 3.
Robert, we're so in sync. You stole the words right out of my mouth. I've just been peering over at the other game, which is just heating up this moment. And very different nature again. We have really contrasting finals today in Division 2 and 3. Wow, Grischuk just widening his eyes there. He's currently, as black, down a pawn, but the queens are off, and look at the white king in the center of the board. Sarana's king feeling the heat here. Not an entirely happy piece, but being up a pawn, he can even grab another pawn on e5. This one's really imbalanced. For a queenless middle game, this is one of the wilder variety. So much going on there, so much to unpack, Robert, and the evaluation bar is slightly on white's side. I'm also seeing the clock again. Very different nature of position compared to the previous game, but still, Grischuk down 4 minutes already.
Why don't we dive in a little bit? Because Grischuk, he's inching closer to his laptop camera. And the last move we played, e5, at first, not receiving a question mark. But as the engine gets a little bit deeper in thought, it figures out that was not the best move. But I'm being honest, I'm going to open up what the best move is for white. David, g4. And I think that does make sense. Sometimes when we push flank pawns, it's like, what are you doing? My king is unsafe in the center. This king is not actually unsafe here. Yes, black has a rook in line with it, but you don't have a follow-up. You don't have too many pieces attacking it. So a move like g4, just to claim further space, the e5 pawn can be captured in the near future, and e4 was the second best move, slightly lower in value, but around the same. This makes perfect sense to me, David, and you're a hungry guy. You like pawns. Do you like that Sarana has just snacked on a second pawn, so at worst case scenario, he'll be a pawn to the good?
Gimme. It's 3 pawns here. Knight takes e5. And yes, Grischuk can win one back, but as long as you have a material advantage, there we go. He is down to 1 pawn now, but you can kind of bully the opponent with the threat of exchanges. And Robert, we mentioned the white king. It should be safe, but still some questions to answer. If he can answer the question of where to put the white king, if he does find a safe haven, a refuge for it, then he should win this game, Sarana. But for now, I do see compensation. If black's other rook, black's knight, the dormant pieces on the queen side, if they're able to get into the game, then all of black's army will be playing. Right now, a retreat from Sarana. He's just trying to consolidate and gain time against black's bishop. The bishop is likely going to move, or it could be defended by black's knight. But either way, yeah, I think Sarana, due to the fact some central squares are closed, not all the lines are open, I think he's going to be enjoying this. We've talked about Sarana in the past, Robert. We covered him last year in Division I, as you mentioned. And with white, he's a totally different animal. It's like, with white, he's just unstoppable. With black, he still has off days, as we saw earlier. But this is where Grischuk will need to kind of earn his keep. He needs to just hold Sarana, the piranha, at bay in this game.
It's no exaggeration to say that Alexis Sarana is world-class with the white pieces. He has stellar opening preparation. You see in this game here, he's up a pawn. His king may seem like it's in some trouble, but the engine backs his play up. So Alexis Sarana with the white pieces, one of the best players in the world. Alexis Sarana with the black pieces, as we saw in Game 1, that is where he has struggled. So why don't we leave these two to it, as Alexander Grischuk up a point in the match, but down a point in this position, he will have to find a way to stabilize, and he's looking away from the board. I don't think he's happy, so we'll leave him to his tough defensive tasks. On the left-hand side of our screen, David, look what we see on that board between Levon and Vincent. I believe that it was a temporary piece sacrifice from Vincent just to regain it back with a little baby fork.
Yeah, and I think we'll have to jump in there, Robert, and maybe do a bit of an action replay. It was like New Year's Eve, just a small fireworks display suddenly from Vincent Keymer here. White had retreated a knight to e2, but look at the traffic jam of white's pieces, and this allowed knight takes e4, as you mentioned. That baby little kind of firework display, little sacrifice here, and a very common pattern motif for anyone who plays these king's pawn openings. Now, the knight had to be recaptured, double exclamation mark, because it was a sacrifice, but a double attack now, a fork, and material immediately regained. And if we catch up with the game, it just looks like a normal position. It's as if nothing happened, but there was that moment of drama, Robert. Really, really aware from Vincent, but it cost him a lot of time. Look at the disparity, 6 minutes against 3. Yes, it looks equal. Yes, it looks very symmetrical, but I think Levon's going to be happy with how this game's progressing.
And for Levon, you count your small pluses. I think the lead on the clock, that's quite significant. But the small pluses I'm talking about is look at this pawn on c3 and look at this knight on c6. This pawn takes away the forward progress from that knight. For those of you who have not heard me say it a million times, I'll go 1,000,001. A pawn 3 squares away from a knight dominates that knight because it takes away its forward leaps. So that's the good news for white. And I love that move, David. Bishop d5. Trade on your own terms. If black takes, white takes back with the pawn, hitting the knight and removing a guard of this pawn on e5. David, I don't know about you, but I think this is getting really difficult for Vincent all of a sudden.
Getting scary. He might just have to go down a pawn, give up a pawn, because if that white bishop is allowed to survive in the center, it's going to dominate proceedings. Oof, suddenly big questions to answer. Do you go dynamic? Do you have to sit passively and kind of just go back and defend? Bishop to d7, for example. Vincent's not going to be enjoying this, and only 2 minutes left. This is why Levon gets so much success just in recent times with rapid chess. He's so instinctive, so quick, so tricky, and I'm not sure Vincent saw this one coming. He defends with queen to d6, but this is clumsy as well. The black queen is going to get hit by one white rook in the near future. And if Levon wants to be greedy now, he can indeed capture that black knight and win the e5 pawn. So he's actually spoiled for choice, Levon. He'll slow down at this moment. I'm wondering whether you can just build, keep the tension, rook a to d1. There's some tactics to calculate there. It's just about whether you cash in early and take a minimal advantage, a pawn up, but black would have the bishop pair, or whether you really try and maximize, pawn to b4 instead. Threat after threat here, Robert.
I like it. He is playing with force. He doesn't want to just sit and passively say, I have a slight advantage, let me try to milk that. He is saying, I'm actually creating a weakness on the queen side. White will try to play a4 in the near future after fixing the b pawn. So, David, this is a quite strong play. Like when we talk about the principles of a position, the knight on c6 can't go anywhere. This pawn makes sure that the black pawn on b5 can't go. And then a4. I'm not sure you can get away with it yet. Maybe you flick in bishop takes e6. But then a4 happens and black is on the back foot.
Really classy there, Levon Aronian. A lot of us wouldn't have been able to resist the gift, the treat of a free pawn. But instead, he's just going to have a solid positional advantage. You called it bishop takes bishop, pawn to a4. This is why the Italian, the Spanish, they're always slightly better for white long term. It's never much, but it's always a bit uncomfortable for black. It's because of that dynamic with the black knight on c6 misplaced. And here we go, chipping away at black's queenside structure there. Really classy play, 3 full minutes up. And look at the accuracy. Levon flexing there, 98%, Robert. And it's just looks like a really pleasant position. Turning it into something more tangible, that's the next step. Do you think he's going to win this game? Do you think he's going to be able to back up his strong play, his energetic play so far?
The speed, that's really what's sticking out to me. And the fact that he's pre-moving. Levon Aronian doesn't really play all that much bullet. He's participated in bullet chess championships in the past, but he is showing that he can get down and dirty. He can pre-move. He can make sure that he has more time on his clock than his opponent. And the rerouting of that knight, that seems smart. I kept talking about how the knight on c6, it was stuck in place. Perhaps there are greener pastures on a square like f4. But I do think that Levon has very good winning chances just because he's slightly more active right now. And the clock. I know a minute 30 seconds for these elite grandmasters. That is really a ton of time to them. But sometimes you start fretting, you get nervous, and you make mistakes, David.
Yeah, definitely. Unless your name's Alexander Grischuk and you were kind of born with 1 minute on your clock. But Vincent, he'll be feeling the heat. But I think this trade of bishops, he'll be also breathing a little sigh of relief that the knight is off that horrible square on c6. And maybe if we zoom out of this temporarily, just while Levon invests a bit of time, it's still 2.5 minutes up. The other game still looks very chaotic. Sarana with 5.5 minutes, Grischuk with 1.5 minutes. And big threats on the board. White's knights are just lined up. They're attacked right now. What do you make of this, Robert? Again, it's kind of this clock disparity on both boards. Very different nature of both finals right now.
I'm looking at the board on the right between Alexander Grischuk and Alexei Sarana. I mean, Grischuk is down a pawn, but his pieces are active. But the look on his face, he does not look like a man who is happy about his position. He's curiously trying to work through some tactics. Hopefully they go in his favor, but he is down a pawn. So I don't think he truly believes in his chances. And wow, Sarana made a great move, by the way, forcing off some of the material. So Levon on the left-hand side, he has the advantage on the clock with white. Alexei on the right-hand side, very much the same. David, who would you say has the better chances to hold between Vincent Keymer, who objectively is not much worse, but is in some time trouble, and Alexander Grischuk, who the engine says is worse, but he has all this activity?
I think I agree with the evaluation bar on, at least in this regard. At least Vincent Keymer isn't material down. White's advantage is about the board, is kind of a little bit more activity there, but also on the clock. At least Sarana has something to work with, has something to suffer for. He has a clear pawn to the good. And often if you give the top players kind of a theoretical advantage, something a bit vague, they'd rather cash in and turn it into something they can cling onto, something concrete. So I'm going to say that Sarana is happier than Aronian. But then again, Vincent's clock just, every time we go away, seems to tick faster than ever. 30 seconds suddenly, and White's rook has infiltrated on the 7th rank. Both of these games we should mention could go in any direction, all 3 results possible. It's not the type of position where kind of you're suffering and it could only be a draw. Still, Robert, which one do we dive back deeper into? Grischuk's jumping in with his knights, the black knights on the right board, so tricky, springing forward. Meanwhile, Levon against Vincent, it's dramatic on the clock. Wow. Rook's on the 7th rank, 7th heaven, Robert. I think we need to jump in there with Levon Aronian.
Let's dive back into our Division II title match. It's the grand finals. Vincent Keymer, he has 2 lives to Levon Aronian's 1. That's in this double elimination format. And look at Levon go. He is playing for the clock as much, if not more so, than he is playing on the board H4. Not for the score, but just to kick this knight out of the G6. And look at Vincent making these small mistakes, David. White's rooks are too active here, and loose pieces may drop off.
I might have to revise my opinion. A moment ago, I said at least there's nothing tangible here for Levon Aronian. Vincent can maybe consolidate with some exchanges, but he might just go down a pawn. The e5 pawn is surely doomed over the next few turns. He's desperately trying to trade off pieces. Like you said, activity over everything here. And it's now time for that calculation phase. Shout out to Kanti for us right now. H5. Wow. H5 and we're live. Surely that wins a pawn. The blue arrow appears, Robert. Only move knight to F4. I was going to ask. Of course he finds it, Vincent Keymer.
But he found the first step. What's next? Does this knight have to continue going in White's territory? 2 seconds. He barely gets his move off. He retreats. But David, now he is down a pawn, and White's attack can rage on with rook to F5. Slide that rook out of there and vacate the E5 square for the knight. I just don't believe in Black's king safety, nor do I believe in his clock.
5 would be a really classy move. It's just a illusion, White's king being weak here. Yes, there's going to be a check on the back rank, but White's king has a nice, safe square to hide on H2. I don't think you have to sweat too much about keeping your king on that post. So I'm expecting rook to F5 as well. Rook to A1 would be another candidate move if you really want to shore up your defenses. But 4 seconds, oof, yeah, Vincent, he's got to go into hustle mode. He's got to try and swindle Levon here, but not easy when you have no time to think suddenly. His heart is going to be racing so fast right now. He knows that he's up against it. Levon, I think that this is his chance. If he wants to kind of get that grand final reset, he needs to strike in this game.
And for Vincent, you know he's like squeezing the mouse right now. Is he going to go now? Is he going to go now? You're just waiting to see what Levon plays and when he does it, because rook A1 is a perfectly good move. Rook F5, the same. Both of these are normal moves that help White out. King H2 is a third move that comes to mind. You may walk into a pin, but the check on the first rank is no longer available. So for Vincent, this is a stressful situation. David, I don't envy him, but Levon, he's getting down to 40 seconds himself.
Those bullet skills, Levon there on the camera. I think for the first time in this match, we see him getting a bit twitchy. And what's he going to play? He needs to move 30 seconds. Oof. It's a pure bullet scramble. It becomes more of a lottery than ever. And that would be such a shame for Levon, who's had the game under control for such a long time. He's got to move. He's frozen, Robert. He spent a minute and a half on this move. Does he realize the urgency of the situation? Suddenly it's going to become so random.
I was looking at his camera. He wanted that follow-up. So he recognized that he wanted rook A1, but isn't he just dropping this pawn on C3? And Vincent doesn't take it because B5 was also loose.
The advantage is maybe lesser with queens off the board. White's piece is a bit clumsy and big threat on c3. He's at 6 seconds. He's below Vincent on the clock. This is
When he goes for the attack. Rook f5, knight e5. So he gave up a pawn to go on the offensive. David, this does not look easy, frankly, for either side to play.
No, it's 2 seconds against 8 seconds. Vincent, oof, he's making moves with 1 second left. And at least Black's got his defenses set up. The Black King, Rook, Knight. Ooh, he drops a pawn.
It. And that's not just one pawn, David. That's 2 pawns at minimum. But look at Levon making sure he doesn't drop a pawn f3 first. And now he gets scoop up a second. White's clearly winning.
That was the clock, Robert. You called it. Blunders, they do happen when the clock ticks down. And you can autopilot, auto-move, pre-move there. This one, if you're Levon Aronian. He's setting up on the 7th rank. But now a hit on the White Rook and the Knight. We're seeing more blunders.
He's giving up his knight, but it actually is justified by the engine. What a sacrifice. What awareness from Levon to realize this knight is pinned, and it's the Black King that's in danger. But suddenly, David, the White King, King h3, though. What a move.
What a move. White has so many pawns, so many checkmating ideas, and he just trades off. But he's not going to win the h-pawn. Levon Aronian, it's the might of pawns against the powerful Black Knight. Who's going to succeed here? It's still a lottery, still all 3 results on the table. Levon Aronian, I think it's easier to play with pawns here, Robert. You can just push, push, push. One-track mind. I think it's easier to play White's position.
I don't even know what Black is supposed to do. You could give me a day to figure this out and I wouldn't know. Because the Black Knight seems stuck. The White pieces just shuffle about. And at some point, there will be pawn pushes, but don't rush that. I think that's the key here for Levon, is he can't push his pawn legally at the moment, and you don't want to push g5 too soon because you don't want to split your remaining pawn. So not actually easy to end this game.
He walks in with the White King. Be careful, the White King has no squares, so don't get checkmated. But the might of the pawns. If he pushes the right pawn, chooses the right moment, he should be winning. He's calculating whether he can play pawn to e6 right now. This is kind of weird X-ray vision, almost a pin from the White Rook to that knight. But Vincent, 3 seconds. He's got a gamble here. He takes a pawn, and the White King moves. Classy touch from Levon. He's now 2 pawns up. He's going to win this endgame.
And King e8 was necessary from Levon. So he had this all worked out. A Rook g6 check. Whew, this is close because the Black pawn is also a passer, but White Queen's first with check. David, that was instructive finish.
Incredible finish. Speed, accuracy from Levon Aronian in the endgame. He lost control for a moment, but as soon as he regained that control, he wrapped it up nicely, and Vincent logs off. Let's go to the Division 3 final, where we see a checkmating pattern, Robert.
Oh my goodness. I think you were going to say what I was going to say. It's an endgame. It's similar, but no, it's checkmate on the spot. This Black King can go nowhere, David. It looked like a hopeless position regardless. But that ends the game without question.
Wow. Yeah. Such symmetry there. 2 rook endgames and ultimately 2 wins for the player with the white pieces. Just incredible play there. And yeah, Grischuk pegged back after taking the first game. He forced to defeat Robert.
Both of these matches have been oh so close. And we do have one player in the lead. It's Levon Aronian up 1.5 against Vincent Keymer in Division 2. With that spot in the top division, $15,000 on the line, it's Levon Aronian, who is on his last life, but is trying to catch up to Keymer. And in Division 3, Alexei Sarana wins Game 2. He ties the score 1 apiece, and the players with the white pieces, they've been shining in that 3rd division, and that's why it is tied 1-1 split.
And wow, Levon Aronian showing his class, his quality, but Sarana, we talked about it, with the white pieces, he's almost unplayable, truly world class with his openings. I wanted to point out his endgame technique, also flawless here. With white, he has an extra pawn. White's e-pawn is spare here. He has a 3-on-2 advantage on the king side, but the technique with which he won this game, wrapped it up within a few moves, was just impressive. First, what to do, how to make progress. Activate the white king. It already looks great, but there's a clear path towards the black queenside pawns. He started walking in this direction. The path was cut off temporarily with rook to c3, but now the white kingside pawns can act as a distraction. Pawn to f5, a really nice touch. Calculating correctly that after a trade of pawns, rook to g3 looks like it's winning one of these pawns, but no, the door is shut, a check, forcing the black king back to the back rank, and now king to c6, a really deceptive move after rook takes pawn. Given a question mark, but it was a lost position anyway. White's intention was not to go pawn hunting. White simply stepped forward, king to c7, and checkmate is inevitable next move. A mating net in a rook endgame, a really rare sight, but it did bring Sarana an important win.
What an ending that was, because so many people say, oh, it's winning regardless. But in time scrambles, if you don't end the game on the spot, that's how you actually give away half points or even full points. So what awareness from Alexei Sarana. He was up upon the start. At the end, it was even by material, but checkmate, that is the game ender. So that was a nice comeback victory for Sarana.
Beautiful mating net. And talking of the internet, Opera and Chess.com have collaborated on the internet browser for chess enthusiasts. The world's first chess browser has integrated chess right into the sidebar, so you're only ever one click away from a quick game of blitz or a puzzle while you work. You can even pin the sidebar panel open so that you can carry on reading, watching, or browsing with one eye on the board while your opponent plots their next move. This is available for Windows, Mac, and Android, so use !point chess browser in the chat now to download Opera for free and take it for a test ride.
And just like in opera, the stars of the show need an intermission. We will join them, as will you in the audience, but don't go anywhere, because when we return, it's games 3 and 4 of these title matches in Division 2 and 3 of the Chessable Masters. This is the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. We'll be right back.
I used to work at the bank from 7 to 6. I was a stock market analyst. I always had an interest in this, working under time pressure. And at that time, I had a friend. It was Christoph Sielecki, who was also working at the bank. During our lunch times, we often walked through the park and played chess as well. I thought one time, well, Christoph, you're so good in explaining all this stuff. Why don't you just record it? You know, make a video or something, and maybe other people can listen to it as well.
Yeah, and it all started from there. At the time, I found YouTube, which was pretty new in 2011. And I uploaded my first video on my Chess Explained channel. And it was funny because I sent Michael the video links so that he could watch and give me feedback. But all of a sudden, dozens of people watched. Later on, when the channel was larger, I got plenty of people contacting me about lessons, and then I started teaching. Yeah, so the channel was really kind of the beginning of thinking about chess as a career. And I quickly had a full schedule, like basically teaching 30 hours a week. Chess is such a beautiful and kind of multifaceted game. You find something new every day. In chess openings in particular, which is my forte, I'm thrilled to find new ideas, present them to the audience, and help them to play a better and entertaining chess.
Totally fascinating if you talk with Christoph about chess in general, but also especially openings. He's like a machine, a fountain of knowledge.
I was always fascinated by the opening phase of the game because I think due to this fixed starting position, you have something it's very explorable. You have a very constant thing that you can look at. Yeah, I think my total highlight of my career with chess and with Chessable, that happened in 2020 when pretty much out of the blue I got this offer to work together with Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's chief trainer and second, to write a course about Magnus called the Magnus Touch, about Magnus' great ability in end games, in middle games, planning like all his best games and ideas. And I wrote that together with Peter Heine. It was a great experience. We were on Yeah, plenty of Zoom calls. That was in the height of the pandemic. It's pretty wild. At the end, Magnus recorded the whole thing, yeah, based on my script, which was fascinating. A real great experience to get in touch with like the highest level of chess, which was completely unimaginable before. I never thought that something like that could happen. Yeah, it's just a wild journey in a way. Uploading a video in July 2011, and from going there to cooperation with Camp Magnus, and then finally last year in 2022 I won this Author of the Year for Chessable after having successful courses in the past couple of years. It was just like impossible to imagine when I just started doing like a single video for my friend basically, and then at the end this whole thing transpired. It's just really unbelievable.
A year ago, Levon Aronian did not participate in all the events in the Champions Chess Tour, but he wants to get out running in the 2024 edition. He leads 1.5 over the prodigy Vincent Keymer. David, Levon Aronian lost to Vincent in the winners final. Now his back is against the wall, but his king is on the wall, and Levon wants to prove that he is indeed king of Division II.
It feels like Levon Aronian woke up on the right side of bed today. He chose violence. He got that win in a long, scrappy endgame there. And already a better start for him than that match, that previous match you mentioned against Vincent. It feels like he's got this under control. He's brimming with confidence. And nice to see, as I think Kasparov said, a happy, confident Levon in form makes the whole chess world better. So Vincent has a real fight on his hands if he wants to win Division 2 and get that coveted place in the top division next time.
Levon is an incredible player. At his peak, he was the #2 rated player in the world. He's the 4th highest rated player in history. And, he's been through a lot in his personal life. He's also exchanged federations from Armenia to the United States, but he is a national hero in his home country. I mean, seriously, everybody knows him. He's a household name, and he led them to Olympiad glory on several occasions. So Levon, he isn't just an exceptional player. He's an exceptional person, and he also is a hero in Armenia.
Really popular as a person, as a player, and maybe one player who's not enjoying Levon's company right now is Vincent Keymer, who needs to win. And wow, Robert, pawn to f4? Played chess for a long time. I've never seen that one.
It makes sense. He is just trying to take control of the center and prevent Black from thinking about e5. Does it actually stop e5? Does it transpose to some kind of 4 pawns King's Indian? David, I'm equally confused here. e5 does not look easy to play, and it's Levon who has less time out of the opening for a change.
Wow, yeah, the opening, the white pieces actually we've seen in both finals, Division 2 and 3 today. It's been essential, starting strong with white, landing the first surprise, playing on the front foot, attacking if possible. And Vincent, this isn't necessarily an aggressive move, it's just to control. It's very positionally, strategically sound. And Levon Aronian, he's forced to go out on a limb, literally. The black light now sitting on the rim, just in order to chip away at the center. And okay, I'm firstly impressed by Vincent's opening idea. I nearly never see him kind of go this risky this early. But I'm also impressed that Levon reacted so quickly to this surprise. Maybe I need to do my research about whether this is a known idea, but White's taking all the space, Robert. It's just a clash of ideals here. White's got the space, but Black's got some hidden dynamism and some holes in the White camp to look at potentially later.
This E3 square, that's one of those holes, and it can transform into a Marozzi bind structure, where if White pushes a pawn to E4, we have one pawn on C4, one pawn on E4, stopping Black from pushing pawns forward. So that's one of the major ideas in these types of positions. I don't know how quickly Vincent will want to shut down his own bishop on the light squares, which looks like a phenomenal piece. But Levon, he hasn't moved yet. So, David, the holes in the position that you're talking about, E3, I was about to say, is knight G4 possible? He answers yes.
The answer is yes, and this is committal. Look at the two Black knights. They're jumping, they're hopping around, setting kind of threats here and there. But as long as they can be fended off, Vincent will feel comfortable. So Levon has to continue being energetic, investing time now. He has to figure out what to do next, how to justify these knight jumps. If the Black knights are forced to retreat, sadly, then I think White's just going to be enjoying this position, enjoying the extra squares, the space that he has. So I'm looking at forcing moves here, Robert. C takes D4, kind of screams to be played, trading off a pawn in the center, trying to lengthen the diagonal for his own bishop. But the follow-up, unless it's pawn to E5, I don't really see it. And Levon retreating, this is a bit of a worrying sign to me, given a question mark by the computer. And in my opinion, at least, understandably so. It feels like you've wasted so much time now. This is literally the third time the knight has moved and back to a square it sat on just a few moves earlier. Surely Vincent now is able to consolidate and enjoy the space he stole.
Why not steal more space? Pushing the pawn to D5, that looks pleasant to my eyes. There is a threat directly on this pawn on D4. All of Black's pieces staring there. And as you said, David, this knight, it went to C6 first, out to A5, back to C6. The knight on G4, it went up to F6 and out to G4. And how was White dealt with that? When the knight came out to G4, White simply slid the queen up. When the knight went to A5, White created a connect 4, a pawn chain. So the dynamism that Black is playing for, David, I'm not sold on it just yet, because knight takes F3, E takes F3 as a response, doubling your own pawns. That looks attractive to me to gain control over open files. You can also, of course, take back with the bishop. So, David, I'm not feeling the loss of time from Levon Aronion's perspective.
I think he's playing for tricks here, understandably, but yeah, one-track mind on tricks. Often you forget these strategic factors. You forget about kind of the bigger picture. Tempo in chess is so important. I just want to point out one trick. Don't play pawn to E3 here, trying to kick out this Black knight from the center. Pawn to E3 would backfire badly after knight takes E3, and suddenly the trickery of the Black knights comes to the fore. Queen takes knight allows a family fork, a royal fork here, hitting the king, queen, rook in the corner, and Black. So Vincent, of course, he'll spot this. He'll avoid this pitfall. But why not castle the White king? As you said, it's not a threat from Black to trade off knights if White allows it on his own terms. I feel that Vincent, he's still got a bunch of time on the clock. He's reacted so well to Levon's plans and tricks here. And I'm just loving the White pawn chain. You know me, Robert, my favorite game, Connect 4. White has got that on the queen side. You're highlighting it before I even finished. And this is a beautiful position for Vincent.
We've done enough coverage together for me to know exactly where you're heading. And this pawn chain is heading towards the Black king side. You would like to continue pushing pawns up the board at some moment to gain some additional space. And he has, in fact, castled. The bishop goes to D7. So, David, I think in this one, the status quo, it's being maintained at the moment. And White seems to be more harmonious. And that's why I would prefer Vincent's position. Look at these knight moves. One knight went to the rim, the second knight on the rim. I just feel like White has done a series of natural choices, and Black is trying to find activity wherever he can.
Trying, but so far failing, Levon Aronian. And now two obvious moves come to mind, either pawn to E4 or pawn to G4. Keep pushing. Be consistent. Look at that beautiful pawn chain that White has established all over the board, gaining space in the center, holding everything together. Still a long, long time before we see Black finding counterplayers. So a great start for Vincent in his quest to strike back and equalize this match at least. Maybe we zoom out temporarily, Robert. I think that question mark, by the way, a bit harsh. It looked like a very nice move for white. But let's check out what's happening in the Division III final.
Let's check it out, because Alexei Sarana, Alexander Grischuk, they're knotted up at 1 game apiece. So as Vincent Keymer continues to claim space on the left-hand side of our screens, look at the right-hand side of our screens. Alexei has the black pieces. We talked about how he struggled when he doesn't have first move advantage. And Alexander Grischuk, he has 6 minutes to his opponent's 9+. This is on the right-hand side of our screens, David. Not at all shocking that Grischuk is down on time.
Yeah, we'll repeat that a lot today, Robert, and it is a really important factor, of course, especially in rapid chess. Grischuk's clock handling, for himself, it's stressful. For his opponents, it's it just has this temptation to play on time. It's one of the most important factors in the position, but I've got to say, I like White's chances on that board. We talk about pawn chains. White is the one with the pawn break. White can chip away at the black center, and White has kind of more centralized pawns here. I'm looking at White switching the attention over to the queen side. There we go. Grischuk on the right board pushes a pawn forward to c4, like dynamite, and the black king also a bit airy. So I think a good start to the game by Grischuk. Of course, it's still roughly in the balance, but yeah, as long as he can keep playing relatively quickly, I like his chances. How about you?
I've listened to you. I like his chances as well, but I have to be honest, my eyes are back on the Keymer Aronian position, because Levon Aronian, he took game 2 in a time scramble. If we dive right back into the position between Keymer and Aronian, look at this. I mean, what has Black done in the last few turns? I think his moves were knight back to h6, pawn to a6, king to h8. Like, he's doing a whole lot of nothing. And after this latest move, b5, look at how high the evaluation bar is, David. It's through the roof. And White can't explain to me White just steal a pawn in the center.
I'm struggling to see a reason not to get greedy here. Why not? Grab material while you can. I mean, look at the space. We talk about space as kind of just a general factor. It's about which squares you control here. It's very kind of aesthetically obvious what White has done. White just has infiltrated the enemy camp. Normally, your battle lines, it's your 4 kind of ranks are your territory. The opponent's 4 are theirs, and White has stepped across those boundaries. That black knight on h6 is terrible. And look at this classy move from Vincent. He wants to take that pawn with his bishop, and black cannot take twice on the e5 square, because look at that black knight on h6. It's hanging in a lot of variations. The white queen has its eyes over in that direction. I'm going to say it, he's crushing Levon in this game, and it's rare to see such a one-sided position, Robert. It looks like something that Vincent might get in a simultaneous display, I've got to say.
This is rare to see Levon Aronian playing with no space. He's the dynamic player. He loves playing adventurous chess, but whatever adventure this one was, he never wants to repeat it because he has no space. White is just continuing to launch an assault against the black king side. d4 is dropping, so white may just go up a pawn. d6 is now under attack twice thanks to the knight on e4. And as you said, David, taking on e5, it makes matters worse because you can't take a second time with the knight on h6 being loose, and you don't want to open up the f-file for the white rook. So I don't even see how black continues here. Maybe some simple moves like rook to c8, but that's a one-move threat that White can simply defend even by bringing a rook to c1. This looks miserable. I can't come up with much of anything for black besides one move here, one move there. David, do you see any hope at all for Levon?
I mean, I want to see hope, Robert. I really want this to be a proper fight, but I don't. I just think that black is busted at this early stage. I've got to say, I'm impressed that Levon still got his poker face. Inside, he must be bubbling, just thinking all that hard work to get that win with white in the previous game. Kind of that beautiful endgame technique, and it's all been, well, thrown away in a difficult opening here. He was hopping around with the knights, and that's why, I guess, for the newer players with us, we say don't move the same piece twice in the opening until the rest of your army is developed, at least. I mean, he moved his queenside knight, 4-5 times, only to see it get traded off. The kingside knight has hopped around the board as well, gone on a journey just to sit passively on the edge of the board here. I mean, we can philosophize all we want, but ultimately Black is struggling. Black's going to be a pawn down and just barely possible to find a move. Look at this. Back on his starting square, Robert.
This has been a really unfortunate game for Levon, who is an exceptional player. I think he might be aiming for some kind of F-pawn push to gain a little bit of breathing room. But as soon as you touch your F-pawn, that gives the white pawn another square to jump to, and this knight can go into G5 anyway. I just don't see any hope. And for those of you at home who are looking at this saying, why is it so clear? It's just one extra pawn. It's that even in this position, white probably could almost give up a piece and still have the advantage because of the complete control of the board. I do like Levon's move, David. I think F5 was a good choice. I am responding with E6. I think it's important to keep pressing forward, go after the black king in the corner, and expose this dark square diagonal.
Vincent now can start calculating. He still has 5 minutes. He knows he has a winning position, but like you said, this is why Levon is such a classy player. He's so energetic, even in desperate situations like this. We've all been there. We've all had opening disasters. I've had my fair share, I must admit. But he's fighting back now. F5, it was necessary, and he's going to go down fighting no matter what. So, I mentioned earlier, killing off these top players, putting the ball in the back of the net, finishing the game is not going to be easy. I like your E6, Robert. If white wants to consolidate, then I was going to say, might retreat his knight to F2 just to kind of keep the beautiful white pawn structure intact, but he's closing in for the kill. The bar drops slightly, but still looks phenomenal. I think your E6 idea is up his sleeve. It's coming next.
It's unstoppable. There's nothing that black can do. You can put your own pawn on E6, and white simply takes it. So now H6 played. It's time. Opening up the H file may further hurt the black king. H takes G5. I'm wondering if I even have to take your bishop that's hanging on D7. This is how cramped, how poor black's position is. I mean, David, this is a type of game we don't see from Levon very often, but I think we have to give the credit to Vincent. He was able to capitalize where so many have not over the years.
And I'm already tracing it back to the opening. And this isn't Levon necessarily getting outplayed. It's just him not surviving the opening stage. And that F4 move early on, if that isn't already known, then that's going to become trendy. That's how much Vincent wants to win this game, how much respect he has for Levon Aronian. He's showing off kind of rare opening ideas. He's not saving it for more important tournaments. This is the game he wants to win. And just below the boards there, we see Vincent, 94% accuracy, even in what has been a really complicated battle. Levon, it's not shabby, 85%, but ultimately it's just one or two mistakes kind of gave him an uphill struggle from the off. And now Vincent's debating whether to regain the piece he's just sacrificed by taking on D7 or whether to just keep the attack going, to go for the black king. Still some work to be done, but an abundance of choice, and they all look winning, Robert. It looks like he's dragging the black king out into the open now before he moves in for the kill.
And look at this. He doesn't even take the bishop. So white now is down a knight for 2 pawns. But I said it in the previous game, and I'll say it again. A pawn 3 squares away from a knight dominates that knight. That knight cannot get out. Rook F4, pawn takes F5, rook coming to H4. This king is also getting checkmated. So you save some extra material for black. As Yasser Serwan likes to say, if you're going to... what is it? If you're going to die, at least you do so on a full stomach, and this is exactly what's happening here.
I love that saying. I've got to admit, the pawn grabber's motto. But ultimately, yeah, it was just visualization. The white rook anywhere on the H file, if it lands, will be checkmate, and I think that's how this game is going to end. Levon, we see him on the camera there. Just he looks despondent. He looks like he knows the inevitable. The axe is about to fall on that black king. And this one is pretty much decided. Vincent, powerful play. Just, I think he becomes the favourite yet again for this Division II final to book his place in the top division next time. Just the manner of this defeat, Robert, psychologically, it's going to be hard for Levon to recover.
And for Vincent, I mean, he sort of is playing with house money in a way, because if he loses even this game and Levon takes the match, well, there's a second match that will be played with 2 games rather than 4, but that's, there's a comfort zone for Vincent. And, well, there's no comfort zone for the Black King here because there are all sorts of checkmating nets, but maybe the Black King will slide out to G6, David. That's Levon's last hope, that there isn't immediately a checkmate. It's not like there's a mate in 3 by force, and so he is going to try to bring his king out and survive. And David, we've seen crazier things happen.
We have. Crazier things have happened multiple times on the Champions Chess Tour. This rapid format lays claim to these crazy things, and we're surprised by that one, Robert. Just so calm, so cool from Vincent. Just slides his king into the corner. Is that sadism, or is that just genius?
I think it's a smart decision. I mean, the evaluation didn't change at all, and he didn't want to allow a queen trade on the diagonal or a check. But David, I would not have been able to resist rook h4 followed by queen h8 and just surrounding the Black King.
I agree. Why hesitate when it looked like there was a very direct path to attack, to checkmate? It's just good practical play from the youngster. The young generation, they're so good at realizing kind of when to invest their energy, calculating, and when to take kind of a breather. And I guess, Robert, that plan isn't running away anytime soon. So he's just doing it at will, at his own leisure. As the feature chat says right now, this game must be fun for Vincent. Vincent's definitely enjoying this moment. It's probably the only time he'll get such a one-sided encounter in his lifetime against Levon Aronian, so might as well enjoy. And Levon down to 1 minute. It's a matter of time. Not much to do. Unfortunately, you can't create a threat with Black. Just the Black Queen's too far away. As we said earlier, it's on the wrong side of the board. Cut off. The board is in half, and Black's piece is still asleep. Looks like Fischer random chess, Robert. The Black pieces in the back rank.
Well, Levon is getting ready for the freestyle GOAT challenge, and if I'm not mistaken, Vincent is playing there as well. So, Fischer random, and that doesn't start just yet. This is chess, and this Black King is getting checkmated. I don't see a way out for it. Some of the ideas are quite simple, giving a check, maybe bringing this bishop into the attack if you need an extra piece, but the Black King, he has no defenders, and Levon, he's got no time. Under 30 seconds, maybe he won't even play a next move.
We'll await his next move, but then we will kind of zoom out and see how the other game is developing. Of course, Alexander Grischuk's in time pressure over there. I think that would be breaking news to anyone. Not a surprise in the slightest. In the meantime, Levon does throw out another move. He throws his knight to f6, where it will likely just get chopped off the board. But at least his king now has a safe square to hide on g7. He cuts across the white queen's diagonal, stops any entry from that white queen. Vincent, what do you think is the smoothest, the cleanest kill here? You always want to cut out the opponent's counterplay if possible.
But that's why I'm so impressed by this game. It's not just that f4 move in the opening. It's the fact that I would be taking a knight on f6 and saying, at minimum, I'm up a pawn, and I'm probably going to checkmate your king anyway, but he is thinking. So for all of you out there who are watching this, do what Vincent is doing. If you have enough time, you want to calculate so you can finish the game on the spot in the near future versus extending it and giving your opponent some chances. So, I mean, seriously great from Vincent Keymer. Now it's a matter of taking this knight, throwing a rook h4 check first. I guess actually rook h4, there's knight h5 all of a sudden. And even though white is still objectively winning, you have more to prove.
Yeah, actually, that one slipped my radar. And knight to h5, yeah. As soon as you see that might be a defensive resource, you just take the knight back. And you're actually still up material and you're attacking with white. But, of course, it's Vincent. He doesn't want to. He now takes the knight after giving up his rook. And, Robert, are we going to see a checkmate? The white rook is going to deliver the killer blow.
And look at this, bishop e4. That's why the king went to h1 all those turns ago. Rook g1 is checkmate on the next move. And so black may be forced to take, but you're allowing the white queen to recapture with check, and then the queen and rook will do some form of ladder checkmate. Wow, bishop e4, the killer blow.
Beautiful, beautiful play. And Levon Aronian with 2 seconds left finds queen to c5, trying to give up the queen for a rook on g1, but queen g4... Oof, look at this. It's forced mate. You can do anything here. You can give another check. You can take this bishop, and checkmate is coming. Levon throwing his queen away. Did he lose on time? No. Vincent, though, wins the game. Oh, but what a game. So beautiful.
What a game from Vincent Keymer. It was one-sided as it gets, and we still have another game going in Division III. But Vincent Keymer, he evened up the score, and Alexander Grischuk, he's about to score. I saw the evaluation bar go through the roof. And the Black King in this game too, David. What is going on in the third game of the match? The players of the Black Pieces do not want to protect their king.
Again, we talk about the symmetry, these clashes in the Division II and III finals. It's as if lightning is striking twice, 3 times. It's all about the white pieces. Simply checkmate. Again, the Black Queen divorced from her king. This is a recurring pattern. Don't put your queen that far away. Don't get trigger happy and start grabbing pawns when you're about to get checkmated. His house is collapsing here, Sarana. There's nothing to do. We've jumped in at a moment where he is likely just about to get checkmated or resign. The only reason he'll play on Robert here is because of the clock, but 19 seconds for Grischuk. That is an eternity by his standards.
And there's that 2-second increment, so they can rebuild their clock as they get down into serious time trouble. Queen takes f6 or rook takes f6 doesn't matter too much in terms of the evaluation. It's going to lead to a checkmate. So there isn't anything that Black can do. David, you're right. If this queen could jump through the knight to e6, we'd be talking about a real game. Black would have great chances to hold on, but that queen, it's offside. It probably snagged on a pawn over here. Wasn't wise when your king has no defenders.
Saw Sarana suffering on the camera there, didn't look happy at all, grimacing, wondering how to even keep this game alive. Maybe he'll throw the black knight into e5 just to kind of trade off the white knight, get the black queen back. Ultimately, he's just going to try a few more tricks to try and cling on, at least make Grischuk work for his win. But there's nothing to do, and another grimace. He knows he's losing, and now he's not even up much on the clock. This one, Grischuk, we mentioned it earlier, he's going for the central strategy, and the Black King retreats. He closes in for the kill here. How to finish? 15 seconds. See him nervously looking away at the clock occasionally. He's got to move. Queen to e6. Really nice one there, Robert. Multiple threats. Surely the black position now is just collapsing.
But look at Sarana. He's holding everything together. Rook takes f7 check by Grischuk. Ends the game there. So Sarana put up some stubborn defense, and Grischuk, he saw right through it. Look, and we have Sarana on camera down 2-1. David, this couldn't be any more different than the winner's final when these two went at it.
This is a really even fight right now. Grischuk has brought his A game. He's won twice with white. He struck twice against Sarana. And yes, Sarana is better himself with the white pieces, but at the moment, the pressure is on him. He will need to win if he wants to maintain his 2 lives in the final. And at the moment, he needs to recover. He looks really down now on the camera, and understandably so, after pretty much getting checkmated in that last game. Robert, when the chips are down, the best players, they always bring their A game.
And Alexander Grischuk in Division III, not just a super grandmaster at chess, he's also a stellar poker player. So the chips, they are in his hands, and we see Grischuk build a 2-1 lead over Sarana. And in Division II, it's tied 1.5, 1.5. And Levon Aronian, he jumped to a lead after a nice win in Game 2. He is probably not a happy man, and we see him on camera. No smiles there, David.
No smiles for Levon Aronian. That was a tough game, one to forget. He'll try and put that out of his mind in this next game. He does get white again, and Robert, a big trend we've seen today, the players with the white pieces taking the wins, just starting so strongly from the off.
It's the opposite of the Tata Steel Chess Masters in the classical tournament we saw in Vachier-Lagrave, where Black was winning every game out of the gate, and then finally White was able to catch up. Here, every decisive game has been from the player with the white pieces, and in this matchup between Levon Aronian and Vincent Keymer, that's good news for Levon. He needs to win this match and then win another, and Vincent, he can eliminate Levon. He could end the tournament right here, win $15,000, win a spot in Division I in the second leg of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour if he wins this game from the black side.
Big game now for Vincent. As long as he avoids defeat, he'll have a great chance of knocking out Levon Aronian, winning the tournament, or winning the division at least. But still another Italian game. I think this is kind of a sign that I should get some pizza or pasta for dinner tonight. But this Italian brought Levon some success earlier today. Will that pattern be repeated? Vincent looked uncomfortable earlier, Robert, in this opening. Are you surprised to see him repeat and allow Levon to get this type of middle game yet again.
I'm guessing that Vincent looked at this during the break to feel more confident. And well, speaking of breaks, he does break in the center with d5, and then that knight didn't go to g3. So because it was on the f1 square, it goes over to h2. And David, you played the Italian growing up. A knight on g4, that really is going for the score.
All right, a knight on g4, it recurs. It's a known pattern in the Italian game, in the Spanish, and it's often... now it's been chopped off, but it's often in conjunction with an attack. And I'm wondering how white generates this attack against the black king. Does the white g-pawn step forward? Does white play a move like knight to h4 into that f5 square? There we go. The knife has been let loose now. It's about to land. But first, Vincent plays rook to d8, exclamation point there. Robert, this just must be very, very deep preparation. Aesthetically, White's position looks great, but maybe Vincent's just worked it all out.
It looks like a dream come true from the white side, but that move, rook a-d8, deserves an exclamation point. You may ask why. Aren't you just lining up your queen and rook against this loose pawn on d3? That absolutely is what you're doing, but you're also ignoring moves like g5. This pawn on h6 is a hook that allows white to enter black's position and start going for the king. A knight on f5 looks scary, but a knight can't deliver checkmate by itself. So rook a-d8, a composure from Vincent Keymer, and also fantastic preparation. Now it's Levon who needs to prove that he can gain the upper hand against not just Vincent, but the Silicon friend that he studied this position with.
And psychologically, that is tough. Levon Aronian, in his mind right now, of course, he's trying to calculate moves. He's trying to figure out what is best. He's going to try and look 3-4 steps ahead if he can. But in the back of his mind, as you say, Robert, it's really disconcerting to know that your opponent has studied this in depth. Maybe Vincent spent the whole of last night, the whole of this morning, just kind of studying this opening, figuring out how to survive as black, how to kind of even pose problems for white. And it's a double-edged sword. If you try to kind of surprise Vincent back, then you know you're not playing the best move. But if you continue playing what you think is the best move, you might be walking further down into that that kind of labyrinth that the computer has set out and explained to Vincent. So really tough situation. For me, this is one of the hardest things with modern chess, Robert. Kind of the psychology involved with opening preparation.
Amazing preparation from Vincent. He was shaky in that second game, which Levon eventually won. Here in game 4, he says, no problems for me. Instead of sitting passively, getting outplayed when my opponent takes control of open lines, I am going to be the first one to the open line. Give me your d3 pawn. And it needs to retreat with moves like bishop c2. You're heading in the wrong direction. So I really like how Vincent has changed his opening from a couple games ago. And Levon is down by going on 2.5, 3 minutes. David, we do not see that often at all.
We really don't. And that's testament to the strength of Vincent's opening preparation. We saw him in the previous game straight up from the bat, just winning with white pretty much by move 15. Now with black, yes, it's level. The computer, the evaluation bar we see there says it's dead level. But again, instant reply by Vincent. The bishops, dark square bishops are off. Now white is pretty much committed to attacking only on the light squares. And no more bishop pair to talk about. But Levon, for the first time, Robert, he's going to be breathing a sigh of relief. Vincent is thinking. Vincent clearly... Oh, commentator's curse. I was about to say clearly for the first time on his own. But nope, the knight leaps into d5, attacking white's rook. And it looks like a position in the balance. You were highlighting the white knight jumps in the near future. First, the white rook has to move, or you have to take this knight. But... it looks like this could go either way. Really, really delicately poised.
Taking the knight on d5, it rids black of his most active piece, but also rids you of the advantage of having a bishop when your opponent does not have the same. So great preparation, seriously, from Vincent Keymer. That felt like good news for a second for Levon because Vincent paused, but then he's like, oh, I remember. It's knight d5 here. And as you said, the psychology is challenging because for Levon, if he makes a move that causes Vincent to think, is Vincent thinking because he is as deep as he's gone in his studies, or is it because Levon didn't make one of the top 3 moves that the elite players often study? So this is, I think, uncomfortable position for Levon. Taking on d5 seems to eliminate many of the winning chances that you can get by having a bishop against your opponent's knight, but leaving this knight here, not just to attack the rook, but to jump into a square like f4 and pile up pressure on the d3 pawn. That doesn't look very fun either. So David, advantage Vincent Keymer for sure.
I mean, he's going to be loving the outcome of this opening. Look at the clock, 4 whole minutes up. This is already move 19, move 20, and Vincent's barely paused for thought. So huge psychological advantage coming off that last win as well. Yeah, Vincent, he's riding a high, and I fear for Levon. He moves his rook. At the very minimum, the black knight can retreat to f6. No, he puts a pawn on g6, rendering that white knight on the rim very dim. And yeah, I love it from black. He's going to put the black king on g7 in the near future, and not obvious at all what white is going to be doing. And Robert, as we leave Levon to figure out a plan for white, maybe we zoom out and go to the Division III final.
Let's do just that, because if they're telling me the truth, it looks like Alexander Grischuk with the black pieces already has a winning position. And as we look at the right-hand side of our screens, that is why. Look at the last move played from Grischuk. I think he just wins a piece.
Wow. What's happened here? We were just singing Sarana's praises. World-class player with white. Just breakable opening repertoire. Is it just the heat of the moment? Is it needing to risk everything? Robert, you're right. Just white's position collapsing. Black's king is just going to dodge this check. White's just temporarily a pawn up, but his center, which looks so proud, so beautiful, is falling apart. We foresee this becoming messy. Has Sarana still got chances? He's 3 minutes up at least. I'm looking for some consolation for him. Maybe we just point out bishop to d2, bishop anywhere. Queen takes d4 is the winning idea. You're losing a piece by force.
Check to the king, check to the knight on e5. This knight can give a check on f7, but black is able to take it. This is exactly what we're going down, and gets at minimum 2 pieces for a rook and 2 pawns. Now, a rook and 2 pawns is worth 7. The knight and bishop combination here, is it worth 6 or 7? That's a debate that I'm not going to get into. But what's not up for debate is that this white king is in harm's way, and c5 is a great move from Grischuk. He is not just resting on his safer king and the minor pieces. He's going straight for this enemy king. And if this pawn pushes to d5, you have a healthy connected pass pawn. But your bishop is now disconnected from the queen and moves like queen f6 into d4, not to mention the bishop is loose. So David, I think this is just over.
I agree. And it's bad news for Sarana, but good news for us, Robert. Good news for everyone at home, because if Grischuk wins this game, then we get treated to more chess. And we love the battles, of course. More chess is only better for us. But yeah, c5, what a classy move. I normally would disapprove, because connect 4, white has won that, but it's all about the dark squares. And the white king, don't lead from the front in the early middle game like this. You will get hit. I'm watching out for moves like pawn to c4 in the near future. The black bishop will drop back to a nice dark square diagonal. Some juicy attacks against that white king. The white bishop loose. White's rooks, no open files for them, so clearly inferior to black's minor pieces. Grischuk, big favorite, but yeah, still some work to be done. And Sarana, he's a bit of a tricky customer. He's so resourceful. As I found out many times playing on Chess.com against him, I always seem to get good positions, and he somehow turns it around in the one move later. I just have to resign. But yeah, it's big advantage for black, but work to do.
And let's not forget that Sarana doesn't just need to survive this game. He needs to win, which probably explains some of his play in the game. He's taking tremendous risk because a draw is equivalent to a loss for him. So he's in trouble. I don't really see how he gets any activity of his own, whereas black's play seems straightforward. He might have to jettison a pawn, Sarana, just to open up some files for the rook, but it's quite little, and it's getting quite late as he goes down this variation. I do think the black queen can just take it and retreat back to where it came from, and the black knight now gets access into the center. So David, this is great play from Grischuk. It's been an excellent match from him.
He's just banging form today. Nice to see from Grischuk. He had a tough time against Sarana in their match earlier in the division, but today it just looks like a step above. This is really him firing on all cylinders. Queen to e7, keep things safe. And like you said, 2 more moves, black wins. Knight c6, knight d4. game over. As soon as that knight reaches an outpost, no resistance at all possible. Covering his back rank, solving all the issues. And I agree with the feature chat just there. Grischuk about to strike again. Robert, maybe it's time to zoom out and check out developments in Division 2.
There's very little debate in this game. Even Alexei Sarana is like, okay, you're winning this game, Sasha. Well done. We're going to get a reset. But if Grischuk wins, we will have a second shorter match between him and Sarana. It'll be a best of 2 rather than best of 4, and that will determine who wins Division 3. There's a lot of prize money up for grabs in Division 3. They also get to skip the play-in, which is a really tough tournament. We saw Fabiano Caruana struggle in the play-in. I think he only had 3.5 out of 8. Didn't get to the division placement stage. So Grischuk, he's doing well. Let's dive back into our board on the left-hand side between Levon and Vincent Keymer. Because, David, when we left, we liked what Vincent was doing. And now that we've returned, if Bishop D1 is your exclamation point move, it's because it's your only move as your pieces are threatened in the center and on the side of the board. This looks very weird and discombobulated from Levon's perspective.
Yeah, Bishop D1 exclamation point. Yeah, as you say, that's probably the type of exclamation point you don't want. It's so depressing when you have to retreat your bishop, the proud, beautiful bishop on B3, your Italian bishop that you developed so early to a nice light square. Robert, you're the artist there. I agree. I approve of that emoji. But I also want to point out Vincent can force a draw, I believe, in this position if he wants. With black, normally that will be a good result, but he's playing from a position of strength here, maybe. But knight to d5, I just wanted to highlight, hits the white rook. No matter where the white rook goes, I think it needs to step forward to e4 to avoid a knight jump into f4. The black knight can retreat back to f6, and we could see an eternal dance between the black rook and the white rook. The black knight and the white rook, and a repetition of moves because white would be tied down to the d3 pawn, backward pawn. So Vincent, he's... Robert, in these positions, I always find it tricky. It's like, you have that safety net, you have the advantage, but to kind of find it within yourself to press for more, to push for more when you've already kind of done such a good job with black, it's not easy. It's not kind of obvious either what he's going to be doing next, if not a move like knight to d5.
If the times were reversed, Vincent just makes that draw, sends us to Armageddon. But with the lead on the clock and with a healthy position, it's not like white is threatening anything. The e5 pawn, it's attacked twice, but with more valuable pieces than this lone knight on c6. So black, what other moves come to mind besides knight to d5? Maybe rook e8? Though I don't fully see a plan, if I'm being honest. I can see how the rook is better on e8 than on f8, but I don't know if you gave me a free turn after that, what I would do. So David, do you see any actual plans for the black side?
It's hard. Like you say, there's a couple of obvious moves, but they're not part of a bigger grand plan. This is the grand final, but no grand plan for me. Rook to e8 I quite like. Maybe you bring that rook round, rook to e8, e6 to d6, kind of treble up some type of Alekhine's gun, as they call it, when the 3 heavy pieces are staring down at a pawn. But then the white bishop defends that pawn, and then I'm not sure what next. So that type of position, I think Vincent's mulling over the options. The longer he thinks, Robert, the more he might be tempted to take it to Armageddon and take his chances there. Now the clocks are leveling out. What do you think he's going to do?
Such a tough call. I think knight d5 back to f6. He's probably feeling good about his chances in Armageddon, but the position is pleasant for black. It's not like there's a ton of risk at the current moment, but the more time that he spends on this turn, the riskier it becomes, because Levon did outplay Vincent in game 2 in mutual time trouble.
We've been talking about all of the white wins today. We've seen so many of them, maybe apart from this upcoming Grischuk game. But a draw with black. You can't fault Vincent if he decides to bail out. And what Grischuk would do is repeat once and then do something else. We've learned that earlier, the classical wisdom of asserting your psychological dominance, teasing your opponent with the prospect of a draw, and then snatching it away from them, playing more moves. But Vincent, I think this is a big giveaway, a big hint, a clue as to his mindset. He's going to play knight d5 now. It's just too risky to play on under 3 minutes. He's just frozen right now. And the more he thinks, the more Levon might be tempted to gamble if Vincent ultimately decides that he does want the draw. So don't leave it too late, Vincent. Decide on something. Play on or move the knight into the center? Will we see this repetition unfold? Look at that, 99.9% accuracy, Robert. That is just astronomical, out of this world.
Yeah, he has played a perfect game with fantastic preparation, and we see the repetition. So he has repeated the position, and there's the third time a draw is agreed upon by the rules of chess. If the same position occurs 3 times, the game ends. So that means that we have Armageddon, everybody's favorite, except perhaps the players, David, because it's a nervy situation with it being a 2-2 tie in Division II final.
Be a bit of a lottery. Will Levon Aronian be able to win that Armageddon and keep the final alive, or will Vincent take it and wrap up Division 2? Meanwhile, this game's still ongoing, but the evaluation's still the same here, Robert. I'm just doing a quick count. Black has 2 powerful bishops for 1 white rook. Same number of pawns each right now. Yes, white can grab one on b7. There we go. But ultimately, I'm favoring the pieces here every time. Grischuk is within his grasp.
This is not even a question mark, for not a question mark, a question for either player. Now the knight comes into d3, trying to win this pawn. If you stop the knight from coming into d3, you drop g2 with check. So he goes rook to d7, but pawn to c4. Like every move for black is abundantly clear. Just push your pawn, bring your knight in, steal the queen side. There really is nothing at all that Sarana can do, despite having a 4+ minute lead on the clock. So David, you know what that means? We will get a grand final reset between these two. I have no doubt that Grischuk takes this game. I mean, a draw is still a match win. So heading into a reset, do you think that it's Grischuk now who has the advantage because he'll be feeling more confident after taking down Sarana in a match?
Definitely feels that way. It feels like Grischuk today, his form has been slightly sharper than Sarana's. He's been spotting tactics. He's been seeing checkmates. He's been winning pieces straight from the opening. And in rapid chess, opening preparation counts for a lot. It feels like Grischuk's taking this match really, really seriously. And he's determined to win. Sarana, I don't know about you, Robert. It just feels like he's not quite his quick, kind of confident self in this match. It feels like he has yet to find, at least today, his feet. King to g3 now. Grischuk can bring that knight into d3. Takes this knight. He's delivering a check, a fork. He's going to win all of white's queenside pawns. He only needs a draw in this one. Grand final reset is guaranteed. No matter the outcome, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. We get more chess from these 2 great warriors. Look at the white king. If it's going to die, it might as well die on a hill. King on h4. Yeah, coming in with the white rooks. For the first time, maybe Grischuk with some nerves to deal with. 30 seconds only. Surely we won't see a turnaround here. We said it was automatic. It looks guaranteed. Rook to g8. I think the move to shut the door.
And now I think you move the knight out the way and then push your a pawn. And knight d5 is a fork. a4, a3, a2 is the very clear idea. And the only threat that white has is protected on the g7 pawn. So Sarana, he's going to try. And if Grischuk, let's say he had 3 seconds rather than nearly 30, perhaps I'd be worried about his position for a second or two. But no, this is just a game, especially because of the increment, 2 seconds added to the player's time with every move they make. The only way, David, is if Grischuk's internet goes out. That would be an absolute tragedy.
Seen that type of thing happen before on the Champions Chess Tour. Wow, the players, they repeated the position once there. I mean, Grischuk's such a perfectionist. Of course, he's not going to take a draw, even if it's enough. He wants to win. Knight to a2, Robert. Normally, we say knights in the rim. Not a good idea, but here it just guides the pawn. It's the shepherd of the c pawn. It's unstoppable now. c3, c2, c1 queen. It's going to cost white a desperate counterplay on the other flank is totally...
Just promote this pawn. There is no checkmate on the king side, but Grischuk is doing the smart thing and just verifying. He can even bring his king up to h7 because the queen could block on h6, but this is good enough. Alexander Grischuk wins this game. He wins the grand final match 3-1, and that means we get a reset because it's double elimination. And Sarana, he was unblemished to this point, but it takes a player like Alexander Grischuk to take a player like Sarana down.
Incredible play from Grischuk, winning 2 games with white and striking the first black victory we've seen in any of the finals today. And there we see the scores, Robert. 3-1. I think an accurate representation of the play in their games.
This is definitely a match that Alexander Grischuk deserved to win. And in Division II, with a spot in the top division in the next event on the line, $15,000 first place prize, and those 50 tour points in Division II, Levon, Vincent Keymer, nothing separates them. They both won a game, they drew the others, and that means we will head to Armageddon. But before we do, David, why don't you break down a critical moment from Grischuk and Sarana's game?
And that game was ultimately decided quite early on by a big opening slip, a bit of a blunder from Alexei Sarana, and a rarity because he's so strong with the white pieces. This was the early stages of the middle game. The white king is a target on this F line. Grischuk's last move was to play pawn to F5, trying to blow open that side of the board. But Sarana, if he'd kept his cool and just captured this pawn, then he would have been relatively safe. The white king would be safe here because black cannot take with a pawn to try and play the idea that we soon see in the game, pawn to F4, because suddenly there would be a discovered attack. The white knight will leap out the way, for example, with a check and winning the bishop next move. But look at what happened instead. He allowed the pawn to survive. He jumped in with knight to E5 instead. Yes, attacking this pawn. After knight to C7, his final chance to eliminate this pawn. Instead, he ignored it. Bishop to C4, a clumsy move, allowing pawn to F4, allowing the pawn to drop with check. But as we pointed out, this white bishop is doomed. You cannot move it because queen takes simply wins the house, wins a piece. Instead, Sarana was forced to try and muddy the waters, but ultimately he was always down on material. His king was always getting attacked, and he never... A masterclass from Alexander.
Fantastic technique from Alexander Grischuk. He played an opening that was combative. He didn't try to get overly solid, and it did help him secure match victory. So we will get a reset in Division 3 between Alexander Grischuk and Alexei Sarana. But in Division 2, we are heading to Armageddon, 2-2 between Levon and Vincent Keymer. Who will come out on top? We will see in just a few. Don't go anywhere. This is the Chessable Masters in the 2024 Champions Chess Tour.
All right, first game we're gonna play is rapid fire.
All right.
I'm gonna name a sport, and you're gonna tell me who the greatest player is. Basketball.
Kobe.
Kobe, all right. Baseball.
Shoot. Well, the ones who play at the St. Louis Cardinals, they have some young players. I think Mike Matheny a player.
Mike Matheny?
Yeah, I like him. Yeah.
Okay.
I meet him also.
What about soccer?
Lionel Messi, because he's very consistent.
Okay.
Also, since back in college days, he was already number one, and he's still until recently number one.
Football.
Mahomes, I watch him. I watch also his commercials.
Okay. Tennis.
Djokovic.
All right, I love it. Golf.
I guess everyone says Tiger Woods, but there's this very pretty girl, Paige Spiranak.
All right, I like it. All right, what about poker?
I only know Jennifer Shahade. yeah, I only know her and Grischuk. So.
You hear that, Jen Shahade? You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT of poker. All right. Chess.
Danny Rench.
Okay, come on. You're the best. I appreciate it. I'm going to say Wesley So then.
You said favorite, right?
The favorite? Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT?
GOAT?
Yeah.
Hard to choose. I'd say Fischer for now. But okay. I suppose the right answer is Carlsen, but I'll say Fischer because he's American.
Okay. Chess boxing?
I'll pick my boy Kanti.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, he hasn't done it yet, but I think he might be one of the greatest ever when he's done.
Probably, yeah. He's pretty good.
Your favorite movie?
Well, say Lord of the Rings first comes to mind.
Okay.
Classic. I can watch it over and over again. But I like the the newest the Batman.
Okay.
3 hours long, the latest one. So
I like it.
Yeah, I think it's the best Batman movie ever.
Okay. Favorite TV show?
Is The Crown a TV show?
The Crown? Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna go watch it right after this tournament, the latest season. I love it.
That's great. That's great. Favorite author?
I'd say Sam Shankland if he writes more books. Okay. Well, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Like, I really want to read Levi Rosman's book, so I'll get there one day.
Well, on Levi, I'll ask you, who's your favorite chess creator?
Well, Hikaru. I love his Twitch streams. Although since his Twitch websites, I've been following him less.
Yeah.
But when he was in Twitch, like, I enjoyed watching his Title Tuesday streams, especially. Like,
Blitz or classical?
Classical.
Online or OTB?
Over the board.
E4 or D4?
E4.
Fischer or Kasparov?
Yeah, hard question, but I go with Fischer at the moment.
Closed or open positions?
Open positions.
Searching for Bobby Fischer, the movie, or The Queen's Gambit on Netflix?
Yeah, it's a tough question, but I go with The Queen's Gambit.
Okay.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon. The ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants White more time on the clock, but in return, White must win. A draw secures Black the match win. White starts with 10 minutes, and each player submits a confidential bid with an amount of time they are willing to start with. Lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually Black, and those coveted draw odds. Let the Armageddon commence.
Let the Armageddon commence. Those were the words you heard. The players, they first have to submit their bids to determine who gets which color. And well, the Armageddon could not commence right away because these two players, while they had their bids now set, David, the first time around, they bid the same exact number.
Wow, that is a statistical anomaly so unlikely. In the first bid, they both offered up 6 minutes 57, and they're both clearly inside each other's heads. The second time around, Robert, ultimately it was Levon Aronian who bid 3 seconds lower and therefore gets the Black pieces and draw odds. What do you make of this? Who is going to be the favorite with Levon taking Black?
I think that I like the extra time for Vincent in this matchup. Levon has been super speedy, but he has slowed down when Vincent catches him by surprise, like he did with an F4 move in their previous game. So, David, I'm thinking that Vincent has the slight nod. What about you?
I think the trend of this game, the trend of the match, it really suits Vincent. We've also highlighted the fact that White has been winning a bunch of games so far, and that's with level time, that's with increment. So Armageddon having more than 3 extra minutes up his sleeve, Vincent should be feeling confident. It definitely comes down to the opening, though. If he can launch another surprise, catch Levon off guard, then he'll love his chances. But Levon switches it up. It's now maybe veering towards a Nimzodian. No, it's a Queen's Gambit declined. Which variation? The Rogozin defense here. And, okay, Levon, he's avoided an early knockout. He's actually fighting for space in the center this time, Robert. A much better sign for him with the black pieces. Speedy stuff so far.
And Vincent Keymer, instead of maneuvering his queen out to a4, as is typical in the Rogozin, he plays this quieter approach by bringing his bishop to d2 to protect this knight. So this looks like it could be a longer battle and not a lot of tension between the two sides thus far. And what was that? Queen c2 and then queen to b3. David, have you seen this little stutter step before?
No, I must confess, I have not seen this. It looks like you're just losing time. You're losing a full tempo in the opening, especially. Every single move counts. Time matters more than anything, and Vincent's moved the white queen twice. That betrays opening wisdom. Oof, I guess he wants the bishop pair. He's trying to force that black dark square bishop to make a decision. There we go. Levon doesn't react, though. And yeah, I've got to say, Robert, if white gets an advantage here, I need to rethink everything I've learned about openings. Then again, he has the bishop pair. He has an isolated queen's pawn to look at. He's taking big risks. Maybe this is just genius. He's so full of all these kind of creative ideas, Vincent. Really refreshing to see.
And we know that Peter Lecko is Vincent Keymer's coach, his longtime coach. That has been a partnership that has really worked out for Vincent's chess. And we see that white is behind in development. The king remains in the center. And black is saddled with this isolated queen pawn. And deeper in endgames, you don't want this pawn on d5 to be alone because you can't defend it, and a pawn's best friend is another pawn. So, David, I have to say I am biased in favor of white's position here. I love playing against rather than with the IQP.
And we're talking about preferences here. Robert, you prefer white. I think I do slightly as well. Levon Aronian, stylistically, he is not going to be feeling comfortable. He wants some dynamism. But where's that going to come from? I guess he's threatening knight to a4 now. He's trying to put pressure against that white queen, X-ray vision. But that has been stopped. There's a big trap if the black knight moves from c5. Potentially queen takes e4 could be available. There's some pins here. Yeah, this is really interesting. As I was mentioning, Levon, not his type of position. I think that's what Vincent's hoping for, especially in a long game. He's got a 4-minute time advantage now, Robert. Speed-wise, it's looking good for white. This is up Vincent's alley. He loves these types of grindy, small, long-term advantage type of positions.
And you asked me who I thought the favorite was, and it's exactly for this reason that I picked Vincent. The clock situation is so unfavorable for the player with the black pieces normally in Armageddon because you bid a lower time and the opponent starts at 10 minutes. But Levon, this type of position is uncomfortable. You make one strategic error, you drop a pawn in the center. So he plays h6, a perfectly good and legitimate move. This bishop can save itself, David. You can play bishop to e1, you can play bishop d4, bishop e5. You can get it out of harm's way if you'd like, or alternatively, you can just continue with more natural moves like rook to c1, getting your rooks to the open lines. I just feel like white's follow-ups will be quite natural, but Vincent, he on the other hand is taking his time and, well, he's just making sure his king is luffed.
Instructive, this last move for both sides. Newer players might be wondering, why did they just kind of play irrelevant moves? Pawn to h6, pawn to h3. It's so there are no back rank checkmate tricks long term. Watch out for that to become a factor later. So just useful moves. If you don't find anything better, why not? Just kind of plan ahead for the future. Really kind of typical blitz trick there for the experienced speed chess players. They just want to avoid any tricks with their king later. In the meantime, the queen side has been closed, locked down, Robert. But still, Levon's moves aren't obvious, aren't instinctive, and he's just playing too slowly right now. At least this last move has active plans in mind.
You can't get away with the rook lift all the way over to g6 just yet because of knight forks, but I love moves like this. You just start asking some questions that your opponent may be concerned about. The rook g6 at the right moment, not f6, over to g6 will be a threat, but for now it is under white's control. And on the other hand, white can play a move like bishop to b4, try to ask questions of this knight here. I just want to quickly show that variation, David, that you were mentioning earlier, that this knight on c5, it cannot move. Legally it can, but you will lose the game, because if you ever move this knight, let's say you want to attack the white queen, it's the black queen that's really in trouble, because queen takes knight on e4, it exposes a pin on the d file where black may even get the piece back, but at the very least, white takes back and is a pawn ahead. So, David, that idea you mentioned a while back, it's actually playing a huge role in this game, even if neither side will actually blunder this tactic.
And it's pretty much on the board. Bishop to b4, the black knight feeling uncomfortable, but Levon, he's threatening here, sacrifices Robert. You could imagine the black rook taking the white knight, blowing open the white king, the black queen will swoop in. And maybe on a good day, there might be a perpetual check, some kind of drawing motif. Remember, a draw good enough for Levon. So finally, he's been upping the speed in the last few moves. He's played the last few turns within just a few seconds and setting kind of these annoying threats. Even if it doesn't work now, it will always be on Vincent's mind. And suddenly we see the body language. Vincent, the hands aren't on the mouse, they're on his head. He wonders what to do next. I would play a move like queen to e2 just to guard against those threats forever. But Vincent, he wants to play more ambitiously. There's calculation to be done here. Those ideas of the pin that you pointed out, you could take this knight on c5 and go for that variation, maybe a lesser version for white, however. Ultimately, Vincent has to maintain his time advantage. It's started at over 3 minutes. It's now down to only 2.5. The clock is ticking. Still so tense here, Robert. Surely the clock will play a factor. It's just feels like neither player has really got into that Armageddon mindset yet.
It started in Vincent's style. Now it's in Levon's style. There's a rook that just slid from one side of the board to the other. There are exchange sacrifices in the air, and it's the king's safety that is of the utmost importance. So a white's king feeling in some danger. A black's king tucked at home. So the pawn structure, good for white. King safety, good for black. That's the trade-off. That's the dynamic equality that we see here. So, David, I mean, I am starting to get concerned for Vincent Keymer as he continues to burn clock here. Accurate game from the two thus far, but I feel like it's easier to go wrong in the next couple turns for white rather than black.
98.2% accuracy we see on our screens below the board. Not too shabby. I mean, it's nothing compared to the 99.9 we saw from Vincent in the previous game, but yeah, that is for sure going to change. The accuracy levels will drop as the clocks tick down, 0 increment. But Levon, I just saw his eyes there, Robert, on the camera, dart up to the left side of his screen. I think he looked at the clock. He's wondering here why Vincent is freezing. Vincent's been in the tank for, 2-3 minutes? That is too long. You can't afford that in Armageddon chess. Rook to c1, and the bar slightly drops before recorrecting itself. A fine move, but it's a provocative one. He's asking Levon Aronian to sacrifice, and Levon presses the chaos button. He's all in.
And look at that follow-up. Levon had this worked out. He is giving up another knight. So he's down a rook for a knight, and then he's giving up a knight. He'll be down a rook, but it's the black queen that heads into h3 with a knight going into f3. That would just be checkmate. So I'm going to quickly show on the board, maybe we can bring up an analysis board, that bishop takes knight on c5 would lose the game on the spot, because it's all about king safety in these positions. The queen comes in, and once the knight takes on f3, the white king has nowhere to go. The best that you can do is give up your queen for this knight, because the king has no legal squares, and that is just too much extra material. A queen for rook and bishop, plus black has extra pawns, plus black has the attack. No, no, no. So in the game, David, we have seen some moves trickle in. Oh, and knight f3 going in the wrong direction apparently. But this looks to my eyes like black is not worse. The white king out in the open, and a draw is actually a win for black.
Wow, and he's walked into the firing line here, Vincent. He's trying to avoid a draw by perpetual check, but he gives up the white queen. The queen was hit anyway. There's a pin, remember, on the D line. And wow, Robert, the tactics, knight check, not taking the bait, not taking the white queen. He might do next move after the white king moves, because suddenly the tension with the rooks, it's going to be level material. All the fireworks, and then an endgame. Wow. He's ahead on time as well, Levon Aronian. What do you make of this?
What tactical vision from him. He also needed to include knight f5 check first, because had he captured on e4 right away, his knight would have been in the king's sight. So Everything has been perfect from Levon in this game. You see the accuracy at 97%. That one move, knight f3 check, it received a question mark, but he's playing for the match. A draw is a win, so we kind of can throw that question mark out the window, and now we have liquidation. But David, we know how this is in the endgame. The engine says zeros is just a draw, but my eyes, they tell a different story. There are definitely chances still here.
For both sides, Black's knight could actually jump to h4, threatening checkmate in 2 moves. If the knight gets into h4, into f3, the black rook will slide over to g1. The white king is trapped in a mating net. The question is whether you rush, whether you jump into h4 first. Maybe white will push a pawn to f5 and run with the white king out to the open. So you could just maintain the knight on this square, as Levon Aronian does. But now there's checkmating threats against the black king, Robert. And the white bishop will drop back to c3, mate in 1 threatened, rook h8 into the corner. The black king breaks out of prison, and I've got to say, 3 results possible for sure, but it feels like Levon, he's in the flow now. He's found his rhythm. He's really woken up in this game, and it looks easier for Black to play. Black has this constant idea of bringing the knight into f3. How is Vincent ever going to stop it?
That's a checkmating threat. That's the big problem. Levon's pawns are actually worse. A4 sticks out. E4 sticks out. The white rook can go after all of them. B8, A8, E8. He's giving you a couple checks. If the king goes to h7, you know what he wants to do. Rook takes g5. Whether you get away with that is a big question. But king h5, protecting the pawn, you're protected for 1 turn. But after bishop f6, you're not protecting it for a second. So look at this. King h7, king h5 wrong. Putting your king on the same color complex as your opponent's bishop, not easy to do, David, but Levon, of course, does it.
Not easy, but the top players, they're so good. Process of elimination there. He calculated all of them really quickly. He realized this is actually the safest square. Deceptive, but hiding in plain sight. And now the white rook does go for that loose e-pawn. Really important touch there from Vincent Keymer. And okay, he gives up his f-pawn in the process. Pawns are disappearing here, Robert, but rook and bishop tend to work quite well as a duo. It's just about whether the white king is safe enough, whether it survives. Levon's going pawn hunting.
Levon can get both of these pawns, perhaps, but white is trying to go after the queen side. Bishops do well when they're pawns on both sides of the board. Knights, they're slower moving pieces, but Levon is first to the punch, and rook takes e3. Then, I guess, Vincent's taking over there on a4. But I think that black, you don't even necessarily want the pawns. You start throwing your own pawns up the board. You want to use your passers. David, the last couple moves, I feel like there's some nerves at play.
Definitely some nerves. The player's pausing for 5-6 seconds on every turn. Even with the more obvious decisions, you can tell that it's kicking in here. Levon knows he's getting close. Pawns are disappearing. He's so close to safety. He can even kick the white king back to its first rank now and start maneuvering the black knight, the black pawns coming forward. But yeah, meanwhile, look at this. He's spending too long, Robert. He spent 20-30 seconds on this move. Vincent also feeling the nerves. He was just trying to survive, trying to stay in this Armageddon. But he knows he'll get chances due to the clock situation. That's pretty much guaranteed at this point. King back, and Levon still needs to be accurate.
And this is such a big move because you're walking into a pin. But is this pawn on f7? It's going to be the heroic piece. f5, f4, f3, f2, f1. I'm not stopping there. I'm just going to go down the board and make a new queen. And it actually looks borderline unstoppable. This is a position where black has the most obvious plan. And I can come up with a second plan if you want, bringing my king up the board. I can come up with a third, giving you a check and bringing my rook back to f2 to try to check you on f1. And Vincent, he pins the knight. It's not going to be enough because the f5 pawn quickly runs forward. David, I think Levon, he has this one under control for the moment.
This setup with the black rook on this square, the black knight on this square, they're just protecting each other. Yeah, it's just genius there from Levon Aronian. Checkmate in 1. Don't relax. Don't push your f-pawn. Rook h6 is a mate, but the black king can step forward. The most natural move in the position, hiding behind enemy lines, and Vincent shakes his head. He knows we're going to get more chess today. It's actually a mate in 2 threat. Now the black pawn will step forward, defend its knight. A draw is enough for black, but he's winning here, Robert. Levon has put on a masterclass these last few moves.
It's been an amazing game from Levon. The way he handled first the isolated pawn, then going for the attack and playing it perfectly. So here a rook trade is on offer. Black's king is too active. Black's pawns are more advanced. It's about the pawn quality, not the quantity at this stage. With king g3, it's about the checkmating net that we're seeing here. f3, f2, rook e1 is the big idea. And at any moment, it feels that Black can do just this. Try to repeat moves and make a draw, or go after the queenside pawns. Black is not in any danger of losing. David, we are going to have a reset.
Guaranteed a reset in pretty much both divisions now. Levon just putting the finishing touches here. The f-pawn marches, and White is going to be forced to bail out with a draw. If he's allowed the opportunity, Levon wants to win though. Really nice to see. And Levon, if he had 5 seconds left, this might be close, but 55 seconds, that is way more than enough. And the Black King is just going to march out the way, first a couple of checks, and watch this endgame technique, everyone at home. Rook and pawn endings. Even without Black's b-pawn, he would be winning here. But Levon, he's got it in the bag. Gifting us more chess, Levon Aronian.
Let me ask you, David. A draw wins the match for Levon because it's the Armageddon game. But psychologically speaking, do you just win the game to, get that upper hand?
What he's doing, he could have bailed out with the draw earlier. Now he's going to block with his rook this check, and the Black pawn is going to promote. Yeah, that's a boss move. He wins it. Levon Aronian, as you say, strikes a huge psychological blow and stays in this Division II final.
Levon Aronian needed to draw with the black pieces. He did more than that. He won the game. He takes this grand final 3-2. But let's not forget, Vincent Keymer, he won their first head-to-head match in the winner's final. It's double elimination. That was Vincent's first match loss, as it was for Alexei Sarana in Division 3. So, David, we are getting extra time. We're getting the reset, and that means we're at an even point for the players. They're starting from scratch.
Now it's just a sprint to the finish. They just have to forget everything that's gone on. The scoreboards are reset, the level yet again. I just want to point out, Robert, the two players with experience, Levon Aronian and Alexander Grischuk, I'm going to call them the grizzled, hardened veterans of world chess. They just used every bit of their cunning to win those matches. And I was saying beforehand, youth, the energy, the kind of the pattern, the way they've been playing Sarana and Keymer, so impressive up to this point, but now they've got a scrap on their hands. I think all bets are off. It's too hard to predict, but the chess quality level has been so high so far today.
We've seen the accuracy through the roof, the energy, the passion, very much the same. I hope all of you watching at home still have the energy and the passion, because there is more chess ahead. We are getting a grand final reset in Division 3 between Alexei Sarana and Alexander Grischuk, and in Division 2 between Keymer and Aronian. Don't go anywhere. It's the Chessable Masters 2024 Champions Chess Tour.
Our once magnificent kingdom of chess lays now in ruins, our king slain. But some say that a new ruler will come and restore the realm to its former glory. Solve puzzles, fight epic battles, and earn gold, swords, and scrolls full of chess wisdom on your way to reclaiming the throne. Download the app today. And this month only, face off against your favorite kingdom character bots. Only on Chess.com.
Whether you're on a train, or on a plane, or you go completely off-grid, With Chessable's offline mode, you can now study chess anytime, anywhere, and not miss a day of training. And when you're back online, you just synchronize and everything is updated automatically.
He's down a piece, he's down 2 pawns.
A couple of checks. Magnus's king is going to dance easily out of them.
Take my queen and give me a new one, please.
He's losing now.
He walked right into that beam.
And they know it. They know it.
Turn your boards.
909.
952.
Probably made a big mistake.
Oh, and the bar's going up. This is an absolute gem of a game.
Wesley So has done it.
He's going in for the attack, but
he's walked into checkmate. Black can play rook takes pawn.
And one move checkmate. 2 seconds. Oh my God! What an Armageddon!
Back in the Chessable Masters, the first leg of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. I'm Robert Hess. Alongside me is Grandmaster David Howell. David, we are in the grand final, and not just the final, but the reset, because the players who came from the losers bracket, they won their first match, and that means we get another one. Free chess for all, extra chess, overtime, and in Division 3, we started with 32 players, and we are now down to just 2, and it's a start, 1 life left for both of them.
Yeah, it's a fight to the death now in both divisions. Like you said, Robert, it's a feast of chess. I think the players are aware of us, the fans. They want to give us value for money. Every single move matters. We're going to get treated to the longest possible day here in Division 2 and 3. And this is indeed the Division 3 bracket. We're left with two. Sarana. We talked about how great he is, but he was taken down today by Grischuk. Revenge for the winners final, where Sarana triumphed 3-0. Today we saw a comeback 3-1 for Grischuk. And it's yet to be seen whether Sarana is able to regain his composure. So much on the line, a lot of money on the line in this next battle.
Oh yes, and to skip the play-ins, head to the division placement in the next event. So there's a lot at stake, including tour leader points. And so for those two, there is a lot going on. And same in Division 2 between Levon Aronian and Vincent Keymer. Heading into today's action, Vincent, he had the leg up. He came from the winner's bracket where he knocked down Levon Aronian in the winner's final. You see Levon beat Benjamin Bach in Armageddon yesterday. And now we're getting a grand final reset. In the grand final, we saw 3-2 in Aronian's favor. He needed a draw, and he won the Armageddon. David, we get match number 3 between these two. Vincent Keymer on screen here. Is he suddenly the underdog?
Judging on that Armageddon alone, you would say yes, Levon Aronian is brimming with confidence. He's up for the fight. He's going to throw everything at his young opponent. But Vincent has looked supreme throughout this whole week. He's looked so calm, progressing through Division 2, beating down such world-class opposition. I think it just comes down to who can regain their composure, as I mentioned, and who can start faster. It's now just 2 games, best of 2. Maybe we'll see another Armageddon, Robert, but it's about who can just show their best in these next few moves. Levon, can he maintain the energy? He's the older player. He must have exerted so much mental kind of stress just fighting back in this match and clinging on to his life in Division 2. But in the meantime, we see a quieter D-pawn opening, a queen's pawn opening, with Vincent just getting the pieces out. This is what we call just playing chess, Robert.
And I like this match because we keep seeing different openings. And Levon, rather than sitting patiently and continuing with solid developing moves, he moves his knight for the second time in this game. And so with just one single knight move from Vincent, he is offering a trade of pieces. But that was Levon's idea, is the bishop on g7 opened up, the bishop on b2 undefended, allowing him to play c5, and that pawn cannot be captured. So David, in your experience, do you like this position from the white or the black side?
I must say that I'm not a huge fan of this from the white side. It feels like you're playing for the kind of real minimum here. Look at Vincent scratching his head on the camera. I think he's been move order tricked as well. Black's knight sitting in the center, nice and pretty. I think if Black can establish this setup with the long diagonal being open for Black's dark square bishop, then he's the one who holds the key, the Keymer to the position. And it feels like the pawn breaks in Black's favor. I don't see any reason for White to be able to stake claim to an advantage. Maybe it's not about that. Vincent just wants to get out of the opening and play. But Levon prepared, up a minute on the clock already. Robert, maybe I'm biased, but I think he's really riding a high. Vincent, the opening choice doesn't feel like he's being as incisive. We want to see those pawn pushes, f4, all that stuff from earlier today, but not this one, not this game.
It's not an inspired opening, and to spend all this time and just make a straightforward developing move, it just seems like White has not achieved what he would have hoped for. Black developing naturally. Levon, he is playing pretty much instantly with every turn, and yet this is just a position. And so I think both players will have to prove that they have what it takes, because there is no more theory to rely on. It's just about who can come up with the better plan. So the Kings have castled. We have seen safety. To me, it just looks like solid play from two exceptional grandmasters.
I'm pretty sure I saw this position down in the London League. in the basement in the minor section when I was 8 years old. It just looks like both players just want to escape the opening. This is kind of a real refreshing turn of pace, at least for me. Nowadays, modern chess is filled with all these really forcing opening lines up to move 20, 30. It's just a memory test. Here, both players just freestyling. It's all about who understands the position, the pawn structure better. And Robert, I like to see this. It's yes, it's a quiet start. It's not as dramatic as some of the earlier games between these two, but ultimately, best player wins in this type of position.
Yeah, it's just neutral territory. And white, the engine, often says is slightly better, but black has done nothing wrong. So Levon, he sits in for a think. He is trying to figure out what to do with this light square bishop. That's his one potentially problem piece. He can no longer go to g4. That's why white put the pawn here. You can't easily go to f5 without being captured and doubling your own pawns. If you go to e6, you're staring into your own pawn. So while black's position, the foundation, is solid, you have to come up with some sort of idea. b6 to get your bishop out this way, well, that doesn't speak to me either, because even when it gets to a square like b7, it's staring into its own pieces. So I think that's the issue. And well, this move was played, David, and the engine started creeping up a little bit in white's favor. I'm guessing that c4, it's now or in the near future, white is just going to try to explode the center.
I have to seize this moment, seize the day, Vincent Keymer here, because if you don't play c4 now, black's pieces will be more prepared for it in the next few turns. Like you said, black's rook will come to d8. Eventually, black will solve the problem of that light squared bishop. And what else are you going to do with white simply? You've already traded at one set of minor pieces, so you're not cramped, your opponent's not cramped, and there we go. He goes for it, c4, and yeah, I want that dynamite emoji, because this is very much a case of c4 unleashing chaos, and things are livening up. It felt like the calm before the storm. We said it. There we go. Thanks, Robert, the artist. And yeah, as we graffiti the board, I think actually it's Levon now with big problems to face. Suddenly d5 is a real threat for white. More central pawns, after all.
We've already seen Vincent lay claim to the center and just gain space without a fight. d5 is exactly what white aims for in this position. And black can take on d4 again. White takes back with the pawn. We have what's called the hanging pawn structure. And hanging pawn structure can be bad if those pawns get attacked, but white is just going to press forward in the center with d5, and if these bishops get traded off, the dark square bishops, the black king is going to feel like it is in some serious danger. You don't want to trade your fianchetto bishop if you want to protect your king. So this move d5, it's actually quite a substantial threat, if you will. It doesn't threaten to win material, but it threatens to go after the black king side. David, I much prefer white's position all of a sudden. Just a couple turns. Maybe this queen c7 move was just slightly inaccurate, and that's all it takes sometimes for these super grandmasters to get the upper hand.
Exactly, and I think that was the philosophy, the kind of the thought process behind Vincent's opening. We weren't so enthused, Robert. I got the impression from you as well. It's just, oof, it's just a position. It's a bit of a stodgy kind of choice here. But sometimes you lull your opponent into a false sense of security if you just play developing moves. If you don't attack them from the off, if they relax, like Levon did with that queen move, suddenly you change the pace. Pawn to c4, open up the center, and I agree with you. Suddenly white's pieces look far more centralized, far more ready for this action to happen than black's pieces. And Levon, you can tell the clock usage again. He's not entirely happy. Vincent, 99.2 accuracy. Still early days, but impressive stuff. And Levon, I think he's got the worst possible version as black against these hanging pawns that are likely to appear on the board. Injure time, the alarm bell's ringing for him as black. It looks like this trend will continue in their mini match of the white player with the white pieces, at least outside of Armageddon, holding the upper hand. Maybe this is a good time while Levon thinks. Okay, knight to a5. Robert, I was going to say, let's zoom out and check out developments in Division 3.
Sounds like a good idea to me. Why don't we do just that? Because there is another grand final reset happening between Alexander Grischuk and Alexei Sarana. And we see that board on the right-hand side of our screen. There is a bishop for white compared to a knight for black. Black's pawns are worse over there on the queen side. And Alexei, he has struggled mightily with the black pieces. His openings with white are ferocious. They're deeply prepared. But from the black side, it feels he always gets this like slight disadvantage, and he struggles against these top guys. And if we dive into this position a little more, I have to say it looks pleasant for Grischuk on the board. And his time management, it's not so bad either. He still has plenty left there. So David, how bad really are these split pawns on the queen side for black, or do you feel like Alexei, he's got things under control?
Weak pawns are only as weak, they're only weak at least if the opponent can attack them. And here he does have a light squared bishop, Grischuk. If he can somehow maneuver that bishop over to a4 or b3 to sit on the nice kind of supported square, then the pawns might become weak. Actually, if I'm trying to think which pieces he wants to exchange, even if the queens come off, if white's able to centralize his king later, that's going to be torture in the endgame for Sarana. He's not going to enjoy that at all. I think the one piece exchange that white here should be trying to avoid is the bishop for knight. If it's pure queens and rooks, I think ultimately the black c-pawn, yes, it's weak, but the white d-pawn might also be a target. So Grischuk, he's maneuvering now. This is the kind of step-by-step phase of the game where, yes, black has weaknesses, but in order to attack it, it's a long-term plan. In the meantime, the knight drops back. Robert, there's always going to be breaks on as well. Pawn to d5, watch out for that to hit black uncomfortably in the near future. Yeah, I think white's advantage is potentially significant, but it's just, again, turning into something bigger. That's a real hurdle. And Sarana, I think his strategy, Robert, has just been consistent throughout. Just try to hustle on time, try to play quicker, and it's had mixed results so far.
And he's going to try to curl up into a ball, hide in his shell, trying to protect all of his weak squares and pieces, because there isn't a second wave of attack. Oftentimes, just one weakness, that's not enough to go after and win a game. You need to create a second front. If this pawn were on h6, I think we'd be talking about a pretty substantial white advantage because the black king would be in some danger. But I already see that this can't happen. I would drop a pawn on the spot. And playing g3, h4, that feels very slow. It might be perfectly fine for white, but Alexei will see that coming. It's fairly obvious when your opponent plays in that manner. So is black going to play c5? Is black going to play e5? These are also questions that need to be answered. I feel like Grischuk is going to continue to go deep in the think tank, and that means that Sarana's chances of survival, I think, are quite decent because you need time to punish your opponent, and Grischuk is short of that at the moment.
We mentioned Sarana struggling with black. Ooh, a pin there. Do not take this bishop. The black rook is undefended behind it. There's a pin on the c-file. I guess the black queen will step forward to d6, highlighted by the blue arrow there. The only kind of attractive way to defend your c-pawn that's attacked. I was going to say Sarana, yes, he's on the back foot. Yes, he struggled with black. But at least this is the type of position he can cling on. It's going to be a long, long game. The other games that he struggled today, he was pretty much just wiped out from the opening, or it was kind of a tactical battle where Grischuk's moves were easy, obvious. Perfectionism does come back to haunt you in positions like this. So Grischuk looking away there. I like this last move, Robert. Why not change the pace, create a threat, force your opponent to react? And ultimately he does with this move, queen to d6.
And it seems like a one-move threat to my eyes. The move pawn to e5, trying to chase the queen away, hands black some critical squares. So the queen goes to c3, lining them all up on the c-file. Bishop takes c6 is kind of a threat because you can back it up with pawn to d5 afterwards. So black may be strongly advised to play knight to b8. And if that's the case, black is sort of starting the next game of resetting the pieces, and white continues to be on the offensive. But rook to d8 next. David, you made this point a while ago that honestly black's pieces, they're coordinating quite nicely. You take a step back with your knight just to open up a line for your rook, and pieces may get traded.
Sometimes needs must, and knight to b8, unattractive, really ugly move there, but ultimately it saves a pawn. It opens up that d-file. I think you should play it quickly here, Sarana. Just throw the move back to Grischuk here. It's that type of position. It feels like two results more likely. Either it's going to be a white win, or if black defends very well, it should be a draw. So a nice position to be in here, Robert, with minimal risk attached for Grischuk. But of course, we'll keep talking about his time because it is relevant, and we'll see whether he's able to keep up that momentum he's built today with these several victories against Sarana. Still no draws today, I must mention, in this clash, this generational battle. In the meantime, maybe knight b8 on the board. Maybe we zoom out and go to the other game, which is very, very different. It feels like two totally contrasting battles here, very tense, and Vincent does have that space advantage we're talking about. F for forward on that left board of our screens. He's just played the move F5. He's now going for the black king.
And Vincent is diving in and going for an attack. Let's dive into the game and analyze a bit, because this looks very unpleasant for Levon. It's been almost unrecognizable from his side. The positions he's been getting with black, where he has no space, white has a free hand on the king side going for the attack. I mean, David, look at the last move, e4, protecting your bishop. You don't mind taking with the pawn on f5 and then bringing your rook to an open line. This is a backwards e7 pawn. You can, of course, take back with your rook if you wanted to. So black has no real plans. And even e5 here, bishop takes d7 and e5, something like that, that's going to hurt. The black king does not have many defenders around it.
That hurt a lot, Robert, in the near future. There we go, e5 immediately from Vincent, striking while the opportunity is there. Again, it's space. It's just pushing pawns. It's black's sideline knights. Levon, his best black game by far this in this grand final was the Armageddon, because he was able to get out of the opening in good shape. But here, again, struggling. And okay, question mark for that one, but white was recapturing a pawn. I don't think we can criticize. Levon's trying to seek solace in an endgame, and Vincent, I feel, should say no. There we go, the queen retreats. If white gets one more move, knight to e4, or if white's a-rook gets into the game, then this one's just going to be decided. It's going to be over. Black has too many weaknesses and an offside stranded knight. And it feels like, I'm repeating myself, but history's repeating itself here, Robert, as Levon's struggling with the space and struggling with his knights in this grand final.
And he plays king h8 because he wants to coordinate his rooks. And, you spilled the tea on the position, and hopefully whatever just dropped is okay there. This is live show for everybody, but black is going after the white king here. And so that last move is just trying to give black some active choices of his own. But David, it's going to be a one-move threat that can be parried with a move like rook to f2. So how you feeling? Y'all good over there?
A bit flustered. It's gone everywhere, but chess comes first. Chess comes first.
Okay, the COE is calculation over everything, not chess over everything. So if you need to clean it, go for it. Sorry we're having this conversation, but this is not scripted.
I'm good. Head back in the game. I mean, this is the type of obstacle we have in our tournaments, right, Robert? Often stuff happens. You've got 2 minutes on the clock. Someone spills a drink, or someone's having a chat, a natter behind you. You have to focus, and that's my challenge this time. But as you say, white's position still dominant. Rook to f2, really nice move. We talked about the clock in Grischuk's game. Do you think it could trip up Vincent here? Suddenly it is. It's not a one-way street, at least. Levon's trying to mix things up, trying to go for the white king. Needs a few moves, though, to get that black knight back in.
He might start on the knight's journey, knight b7, but I don't know where it goes to next. You have to move the queen and then bring the knight out to d6. It takes a lot of time, and white, on the other hand, is have to bring this rook to f3 and maybe even eventually put it on the last rank to go after this black king. So you mentioned Grischuk. I just want to note that his endgame against Alexei Sarana, that is still level. If anything changes, we will keep you all updated. But this is where our attention should be, because there's a spot in Division I and the second leg of the Champions Chess Tour on the line. There's $15,000, a $5,000 difference between first and second. And, well, David, you mentioned knight to e4. I think here that looks quite natural, because you attack the queen, you may spring free a pass pawn, and there's rook on a3 and may still slide over at any moment. So that's not even my arrow. That's the blue arrow telling us that knight e4 is by far the best move. And, well, the knight can also hop to f6 next.
Going to be shot like an arrow into the black position. There we go, knight e4. I wanted to say really tricky pawn sacrifice there from Levon Aronian. White could have just taken that pawn on e6 last move, and viewers at home might be wondering, why not? It's a free material, a big passed pawn. But then the black knight would have been let back into the game. So it's much more important, it's much more urgent to accelerate the power of your pieces rather than be greedy and change the momentum. And there we see another blue arrow, Robert. It's time to jump in, offer that queen trade, and now this time you're winning material, or at least a pawn, but in far better circumstances. Also, the queen trade rules out all counterplay. How difficult do you think that is, though, this move, knight f6?
With the queens being traded and the c4 pawn loose, I do think it's more difficult than the blue arrow would make it appear. And yet, Vincent, when moves are difficult, he still finds them. The queen trade, apparently, just great for white. And I think it's because this pawn e6 can be captured with the white pawn, and that becomes a runaway train. It's not looking back, and I think black has to sacrifice a rook for maybe a knight and pawn, but it's not going to be good enough.
That's actually a beautiful variation. If the black rook moves now, then white just leaves the knight. And okay, there's a counter strike on the white rook. But I'm wondering, firstly, if you move it or ignore that threat, because it's all about that white pawn. Maybe you can just take that black rook on g8. Maybe you just move that white rook if you don't want to calculate. Now it's getting tricky for Vincent with 50 seconds because he has so many tempting options. Multiple strong candidate moves here. How easy do you think it is, Robert? The evaluation bar has gone sky high, but Vincent doesn't know that. He's still got to be accurate.
So he calculated his way through it. He takes the rook on g8. If knight takes rook on a3, this knight will come back to f6. And the problem for the black king, it's in a smothered checkmate-like position. So this pawn on e6, it will not be able to leave. Otherwise, there'll be a back rank problem. So it's quite straightforward. Vincent, he double check, triple check, and now he's figured out that this is going to be his game for the taking because his D pawn or his E pawn, if it captures on E6, will be a passer that black can hardly stop.
That is brutal. Just the calmness to take that rook and allow your own rook to fall, but then retreat your white knight. Knight f6 there would be, oof, just chef's kiss to that one. That is really nicely spotted by Vincent Keymer. And you can tell his body language, Vincent on the camera, super calm. Levon as well, panic setting in. He knows that this game is going to take this knight back. I guess you can play rook takes knight, then the white rook saves itself. I guess you go to the d3 square, protect your pawn, and it's simple mathematics again. Rook against knight, your upper material, and on such an open board, clearly the rooks will be superior here. It's a matter of time. It looks like maybe resignation in the next few turns. Just one or two more accurate moves, and Vincent has got this in the bag.
If I'm Levon, I just try to play quickly. Knights are tricky pieces, especially when you get into bullet time controls. Players miss forks all the time. It happens every Saturday in Bullet Brawl. I've seen it firsthand. So right now for Levon, he is just trying to figure out, can he get any hope? Can he play something that forces Vincent to find an only line? The answer doesn't seem to be yes. It looks too straightforward for Vincent. And I think Levon, he's just trying to come to terms with the fact that this will be his first deficit all of today. Remember, he won game 2 in their grand final match, and then Vincent was able to strike back in the next game. But Levon, he was the one who seemed to have the upper hand. And now it looks like he's going to trail, and it's a 2-game match. He'll only have one more to strike back.
And it's always tough when things go against you. You're riding on a high of an Armageddon victory, and then suddenly this happens. So yeah, Levon, he'll need to show all of his class, all of his experience to come back, shaking his head now. The first giveaway, the poker face, has disappeared. But there's nothing to be done. He's just got to choose his own fate here. Rook to d3 as predicted. And that black knight, no chance it competes against the white rooks. He's despondent here, Robert. I think we'll see him just end this game very shortly. Rook takes pawn now on e6. Looks like a freebie. And that knight can run, jump all at once. It's on the wrong flank, on the wrong side of the board. Vincent, very professional though, using all of his 30 seconds. Just a quick update for everyone in the other game. Still dead level endgame. This is where the blood will be spilled. Back to d2.
He's going with his knight. Knights are such annoying pieces. And he takes on a4 instead. A d6, d7 would have been my first thought, but I guess the black king is just in time to run on over, and you can't deliver the knockout just yet. So instead, I love this from Vincent. He doesn't push his pass pawn. He takes a pawn. Well, he's got his choice, h7 and a7, and then he can push his pass pawn later while he has created 2 more of his own.
Doing everything right, but Levon still fighting. 15 seconds against 5 seconds. How does he get that d pawn through? Might as well start grabbing some pawns. And okay, he does indeed But this counterplay, you could see someone getting nervous here. Those bullet brawl words, Robert, running through my mind now. Be careful, the pawns are running, but pawn to d7, it does look like white is ahead in the race. 3 seconds, Levon Aronian drops his king back. And there we go. Harry the h-pawn to the rescue. The h-pawn is going to run so quickly up the board, but the knight still jumping. Robert, I can still see this turning. Vincent's making moves with 2-3 seconds left.
But look at this. He froze both of the pawns. That was a fantastic decision from him. Now he's just going to throw his h-pawn up the board. Don't blunder a rook. Retreat back to d1. And eventually h7, h8 becomes the game-ending threat. And he plays rook c8. Wow, he took care of business.
He really, really nailed it down when it mattered. And he walked into a fork here, but white makes a new queen. Pawns are the soul of chess. That is touchdown. And Vincent takes the win with white. So impressive, Robert.
And he's way too modest to celebrate, but I think internally, Vincent was jumping for joy. He wins game 1 against Levon Aronian. Now we have just the other game in Division 3. That match, it's the first game of the reset. And Alexei Sarana with the black pieces, it looks like he is the better position of the two with the more active rook. And actually, moves are trickling in very quickly. It's not just better, it's winning for Sarana.
Wow, blink and you miss it. That happened so fast, that turnaround, and looked like Grischuk had everything under control, but look at him on the camera. He's devastated. He lost 2 pawns. And this, again, is just a matter of connecting those pawns. Black is simply winning. A matter of technique, as they say, Robert. This is elementary stuff, but it went south so quickly. Grischuk's clock playing the biggest role. He was on 5 seconds for the last 30 moves, and eventually he slipped up.
And 2 extra pawns. The king is going to be shielded from checks. This rook at any moment can slide around and go after this right now, in fact. And this is the moment. Rook h3 can take on h4. But why grab more pawns? Push your passers. There's nothing that the white king can do to stop it. All right, he took my initial advice, David, but I don't think he needs that h4 pawn to win the game.
3 passed pawns is a pretty sight, and why not grab the opponent's remaining counterplay there. The black king is going to sit happily behind its f7 pawn. There we go, no more checks, and now you just push. Pawn to g3, Sarana wins, and the youngsters have struck back. Wow.
Right after those veteran players, they were able to send this into a grand final reset. You saw it on Grischuk's face. He was kind of disgusted with the endgame that he had. It was even. He was the one with the better position, but Alexei Sarana, he's not going to lose a game without a huge fight. And he brought the fight to Grischuk. He in fact won the endgame. So we see the youngsters, Vincent Keymer in Division 2, Alexei Sarana in Division 3. They lead 1-0, and David, it's a best of 2. Time, there is not much remaining.
It's last chance saloon for the 2 players who went down to defeat. And again, it's a roller coaster of emotions, Robert. This format is so exciting. It puts the players through everything. They have to recover. They have to pick themselves up. And learning how to win in these must-win situations is, it's the toughest thing. But they've been there before. This is where experience counts. They're still capable. And the younger players have to decide their strategy now. Vincent, will he just try to lock it down, play solid, but playing for a draw? Risk involved there as well. You don't want to be too negative. All the emotions he's going through right now on the camera as we build up to what could be the final game of both divisions.
And Vincent Keymer, he's been on the world's biggest stages with the lead against one of the best players, if not the best player on the planet. Remember, the 2023 World Cup. Vincent beat Magnus Carlsen in the first game. And then the second game, he had a chance to just find a tactic and make sure that Magnus had no winning chances of his own. He overlooked it, and then Magnus struck. And then, unfortunately, Magnus kept on striking and won the entire event. So that's not unfortunate. It's just unfortunate for Vincent as he tries to remove those memories from the forefront of his brain and say, hey, I'm up a point. This is exactly where I want to be.
Yeah, and those are tough experiences. You mentioned that one at the World Cup. Vincent's going to learn from them, though, and he'll adapt his mindset. He'll always be ready to pounce. He won't trust the opponent now if they blunder like Magnus did in that game. So Vincent, this is a big, big moment. He'll start with black, so it's not going to be easy. Levon's going to throw everything at him. But Robert, predictions. Will either of the 2 players come back? Will we see more chess Armageddon today?
I think that Levon is in some serious trouble. I think Grischuk, he has the black pieces in game 2. That's not going to help his cause. I think no more Armageddon. David, are you going to disagree?
I'll disagree because I love chess and I want to see the experienced players come back. Armageddon would be a fitting way to separate these great warriors. But in the meantime, Levon, not looking too optimistic on the camera, but he employs the Italian game yet again, Robert. And take it away. What do you think of this third appearance of this opening?
It feels like I'm receiving an opening lesson from these two because Levon Aronian keeps trotting out the Italian game. And Vincent Keymer, he retreats his bishop back to A7. So that means B4 or D4 don't come with a tempo against a bishop on C5. So Vincent, I think he learned his lesson from that earlier contest where Levon was able to put some serious pressure on him, open some files, take over the 7th rank. Vincent, he wants to be stable. But if I'm also being honest, that sometimes, especially for younger players who don't have as much experience, they think that in order to secure the draw, they have to quote unquote play for a draw. And that means you're not always playing objectively. So for Vincent Keymer, solid game with the black pieces, simply pushing pawns, developing, castling. I can't fault a single decision that he's made. And for Levon Aronian, he's going back to the tried and true plan. He brings his knight out to D2. His knight will wrap back around to F1. His knight then will venture forward to G3, or we could see a repeat of that earlier game where that knight somehow made its way to G4 before it was captured. So it's Vincent Keymer on the move. One common idea in this position, in fact, it's been essayed by Levon himself in some fabulous games, is knight to G4 to put immediate pressure on the F2 pawn. And the real point behind this isn't going for a one-move tactic. White will not overlook that. It's that black often wants to put the king in the corner and push the pawn to F5. So that's a riskier variation. If Vincent hadn't won the first game, perhaps he would have gone down that line. But instead, we see that Vincent continues to play solidly. I expect the bishop to come out to E6, offering the trade. I think that Levon, he can confidently bring his knight back out to G3, as he did earlier in today's action. He can also retreat his bishop. We saw players choosing that option to escape any trades. But for Levon, he's going to need to take risks. You can't just play this calmly and patiently because as it stands, the position isn't much in it, at least not for now, though there are double pawns. And perhaps long-term, that could be something that white goes after. Queen B3 is always met by Queen C8. So that's not immediately an issue. But David, as we dive into this position and you look at how the opening stage has gone, what do you make of it? Do you think that Vincent is the least bit unhappy with his current position?
I think he's fine with it. Yes, the black pawn structure is messier than my office after spilling my drink. But other than the double black e-pawns, I think he's okay with it. I mean, he's got experience here. I actually sat next to Vincent at the European Team Championships a few months ago where he played a couple of games with this structure and he defended very ably there. So, interesting start to this game. Very quiet. And Robert, as you mentioned, we're learning a lot about the Italian, the kind of maneuvers, the placement. Third Italian, but the third totally different type of structure position that we're being treated to. So, this is going to simmer for a long time, I feel. And it's just about whether Vincent's nerves hold up long term. Levon on the camera, I've got to say, this is the most negative body language I've seen from him for a long, long time. Maybe just not enjoying this third Italian as much as he was the previous two.
And these are long days for the players. Let's not overlook how much work they're putting in because they prepare for their matches. They end up playing 4 rapid games, then an Armageddon 5th game, and now into a grand final reset. These are not easy days for these top players. Sure, they've played classical chess and played 8-hour games, so they know what it's like, but so many different positions swirling in their head. It's not simple to just forget about what's just transpired and now focus on your next steps. But I think it's clear from the white perspective, the next steps are about putting pressure on some of black's loose pawns in the position. And so for Vincent, the question becomes, how do you actually defend all of your weaknesses. A move like rook to b8 does not look particularly appealing, but maybe, David, it's necessary.
Yeah, it might well be necessary. And as we've kind of shown in previous games, sometimes you have to just take the passive route. You just have to defend something. I see queen to d6 as well, just setting a nice little trap. Don't take my pawn on b7. Please don't. But then if you do, rook f to b8 traps Her Majesty there. So yeah, there are kind of creative ways to defend things. And there we go. It's actually on the board. Queen to d6. But yeah, rook to b8 as well. Yeah, and white just continues to line up. I've jokingly, Robert, mentioned the kind of age difference, the battle of the generations, but yeah, such a long day. Guaranteed that the players are feeling it, especially Levon and Sasha Grischuk right now. But okay, maximum pressure here. 3 minutes up, Levon. I think I am actually going to say, I'm going to back my prediction. I'm going to say Armageddon in this one. I just have a feeling that Levon will ask a question or two. Vincent might get nervous. It's the type of position it's really hard to find easy natural moves. And we might get treated. Who knows? To more chess.
Okay, well, Levon, he loves rap, he loves jazz, he loves improvising, but how is he going to improvise in this game? I'm just looking at the setup. It's very solid, but then my eyes go off the board to the clock. 9+ minutes for Levon, and a huge decision there from Vincent. He pushes his pawn forward. That makes the queen on b3 a bit happier because it stares into black's position. What do you make of this latest decision? Sure, pawn trades can happen on doubling black's pawns, but I feel like now we're seeing some imbalances.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing imbalances, and this really is reminiscent of what Vincent did a couple of games ago, earlier in the day at least, in the Italian. He pushed a pawn to d4, he locked it up, cut the board in half, we described it as, and ultimately, things didn't go his way. So, a trade of pawns, it was based on concrete reasons. He just wanted to undouble. He's kind of done that by force. The black e-pawns no longer as much of an eyesore as they were earlier. But he's fixed the structure. Now the white rooks, if assuming they get blocked on the e-file, they might just switch over to the c-file. A semi-open line has appeared over there. And hence why Vincent's trying to fight on the other flank. The black knight now coming into f4. I can see why he's done this, Robert. It's very appealing. At least he has a clear-cut plan now, unlike maybe 2 moves ago. But long-term, it's very, very committal. And for someone with commitment issues like me, it's I'm not sure I would play d4, but it's definitely kind of trying to solve black's problems by brute force.
And as chess players, we like to associate to known positions. Isn't this a bit familiar? Doesn't this remind you of the Armageddon game where Levon sacrificed a rook for a knight on f3 to expose his opponent's king? Rook takes f3 is something that I would be scared of. I'm looking at this position. Rook takes f3 for me is automatic and bullet, but this is a move that is responsible. You are going to give a rook for a knight, and this b7 pawn is under attack later. So can you go straight on for your attack? I'm not so sure. This requires calculation.
Robert, I think rook takes f3 would be a masterstroke, if not for the fact that white would ignore it and take on b7 first. And he's played it, but queen takes b7, hits the rook in the corner, hits the knight. Yes, you're a knight down temporarily with white, but you counterattack and black's queenside just collapses. Levon Aronian, the fact he's paused indicates that he's calculating this. But wow, the most confusing thing for me, Robert, here, the evaluation bar still in the center. Black's just sacrificed a rook for knight. Controversial stuff. Black's 2 rooks are both hanging. Black's knight is hanging, and it's equal. Explain this. How is this level? Vincent, with under 5 minutes, has to calculate his way through this total mess.
And apparently black has multiple moves because we usually see that blue arrow appear telling us when there is just one decision. So because I know there are multiple, I'm just going to suggest some things. Knight b4? Can I attack your rook? Because if you take this rook in the corner, my rook slides back. But I'm more concerned if you take this rook first, because then the rook in the corner is still under attack. So I just don't see the exact endpoint, and I'm worried now that black bit off more than he could chew because he's not getting his material back. Right? You may get some pressure against the white king, but to beat down material, that weighs on the mind.
It really does, and as well as the computer's evaluation, I must say, the bit that's tripping me up here, why did Vincent take on f3? Surely he examined queen takes b7 and had an idea, had an answer prepared up his sleeve. But why take on f3 and then pause? Unless it wasn't on his radar at all, Robert. Do you think he's missed something? Just a long think suddenly after he being the one to choose going in for this concrete jungle of variations. There's also ideas like pawn to e5 for white. You can throw in at any moment, just kind of use the white queen on the diagonal back to take a rook on f3. It's just pure chaos. And Vincent, being 4 minutes down on the clock here is going to be extremely significant. I think even if he finds the best move, whether that's knight b4 or another, I think he's in for some trouble now. This is a Levon type of position, talking about styles. It's messy, dynamic, right up his street.
And the evaluation bar means nothing here. Neither player knows. There's so much chaos happening. I mentioned Levon Aroon's affinity for rap and jazz. He also loves traditional classical stuff, classical music, and older movies. So in this type of position, he's heading us back to the Romantic era. Let's give up a knight on one side. Let's go for attack on the other. And Vincent plays knight to b4, and the evaluation doesn't change. So my question, David, is if I take this rook on f3, the biggest question of all is what is Black's follow-up? Because knight takes rook, queen takes other rook with check. There comes the exclamation point. I guess with more depth, the engine realizes that this is a great move and perhaps the only move that kept the EVA bar not just in Black's favor, but remotely near the center. Dave, what's the follow-up here?
I guess the black rook is hit. You have to move it or defend it. Rook to f8 comes to mind, but I really don't like the idea of wow, queen to f8, blue arrow. I was about to say, I don't like the idea of allowing white to play e5, hit the queen with tempo, so get her out the way. She's a really agile piece. She's been doing her Pilates. She's queen to f8. She's going to hit f3, defend a8, defend b4, multi-purpose piece. And the black knight, also really annoying to deal with this hit on the white rook. But it's not obvious, Robert, this blue arrow move, queen to f8. I'm going to say that's difficult for any human.
Extraordinarily difficult. And you see that Vincent is dropping to below 2 minutes on the clock. He found it. He just played queen to f8, and this might have been process of elimination, but it is a brilliant retreat. It didn't get the 2 exclamation points, just 1, so I can take care of that. I see what's happening here. There is a retreat that defends a rook in the corner, but also it attacks. So I'm going to give it these exclamation points. It's got 3, in fact. But in all seriousness, this is such a tremendous retreating move. Look what this queen is doing. Protecting the rook, protecting the knight, attacking this loose pawn, and you may find the white king in a checkmating net. This is just a fantastic, fantastic retreating move from Vincent Keymer.
Wow, yeah, just incredible. Retreating is difficult at the best of times, especially if you've sacrificed something to take a timeout, to just calmly retreat the queen. And now because you're defending everything, you're holding the fort, you have the luxury of time next move. I'm assuming white saves his rook, Levon. White's rook on c2 is attacked, the pawn on d3 is attacked. The most natural move would be rook to d2. But then the other black knight could come in and, wow, he goes aggressive. Rook takes c7 here. And, I mean, all bets are off, Robert. I'm failing to predict every single move, it feels like, at this point. But suddenly the white queen is hit and the pawn is dropping. Is this the start of the domino effect? Is white's position collapsing as well?
My head is on a swivel. I'm looking left, I'm looking right. I'm trying to figure out, is it f2 and f3 that are a problem? Is it this rook on b8? It's loose, so the queen has to stay attached to it. Is it the time where Levon has about 6 minutes and Vincent is down under 2? Even approximately, get out of here. This is just an absolute mess. And for Vincent Keymer, it's the $15,000 for winning the division. It's also that spot, that coveted spot in Division I in the second leg. He wants that more than anything. And he also wants his f3 pawn more than anything because he's teaming up against it. I don't know what white should do next, but I do see that black has compensation for the sacrifice material.
Yeah, huge compensation if white is careless. We've seen it before multiple times actually in this match. If the knights start jumping, this could just end in checkmate. White's king is in the firing line purely because of the weak pawn structure. And yeah, I agree with this featured chat. Keymer is so good, but also look now below our boards. I've got to say, Robert, 98 and 99% accuracy in such a wild game. that is a real kind of indicator of how informed both of these players are right now. 98, 99%, it's possible if you have great opening preparation, if it's maybe a kind of position where the difference between move 1 and move 5 isn't so great. But here, they're finding only moves. Vincent's been walking a narrow tightrope, yet he's still up at 99%. This is another level. Knight e5, brilliant move, but he has to back it up now. Rook to c1, how does he continue? There is a threat. Queen takes b8 would simplify the equation here in white's favor, so he has to be careful. He has to avoid the opponent's ideas.
And how do you avoid it? Do you bring your king off the last rank? Do you scurry on over with your rook to one of these squares? And David, what I've always found fascinating is that when you analyze games and you think there's no difference in where you move a piece, and then the end just one is losing and one is winning for some unknown reason. And we see an only move now for white. Knight to g3, not knight d2 to protect your loose pawn. Instead, knight to g3, offering a trade of knights, not queens. And there actually are some threats in the position if the knight on h5 were to go. Rook takes g7 check because the black queen is tied to too many pieces at the same time. It's overloaded. That's a concept that everybody should look up or study if you already know it. But knight g3, this is trying to trade off one of black's most important attackers and defenders.
Yeah, I think actually, the more I look at it, very findable move. This one's logical. You need to bring a piece to defend, but also, as you mentioned, Robert, counterattack, remove black's defender. But calculation, of course, required. I'm assuming black plays knight takes f3 in that position. Check. The pawn will be hanging, and then it's like a 1 in 3 lucky dip. The white king can choose one of 3 different squares. You might get mated if you step to the wrong one, and that's why Levon Aronian, he's trying to delve into that forest of complications. Yeah, I mean, the players, in their mind, we've all been there. This type of position, no evaluation bar. They have no idea. They think they're doing well. They might think they're in trouble, but ultimately it's just looking for good moves, surviving, preventing the opponent's threats. So knight g3, I think it's going to be played, but this is only the beginning, Robert.
It is, and this arrow is only the beginning because it tells us that this is white's only move to keep equality, and black may have an only move on his end to keep equality. And it can't continue in this manner, so that is why Dave and I are so impressed with the accuracy. And just as I'm about to say that, a mistake from Levon, that was clear. He put his queen on a square. The engine immediately hated it. And then the queen went to f6, but the engine was down to like -3.5. Now back to -2. Ignore the evaluation. It's helping us know that black actually is doing well, but the players, they don't know it. Vincent is down to just a minute and change on the clock. And so, David, if he is not accurate here and he allows the white king to escape, then Levon is going to have that extra material.
Wow, now the bar has gone crazy and there are so many tempting moves. Let's do some quick counting though. Black has got 3 attackers, the queen and the 2 black knights, 3 attackers. White, I'm going to say only 2 defenders, the white queen and rooks, cut off on the wrong side of the board. So where is the killer blow? I'm looking at mating patterns. Knight g5, I actually wanted to highlight that earlier. That would have come into play in another variation. That sets up a nasty 3-move checkmate idea of the black queen coming down to the f3 square, replacing the knight, the black knight jumping in, and some checks leading to mate. But is there anything better? That's the question. The computer says it's totally busted for white here. We said it. There's going to be a turnaround. Robert, do you see any other tempting attacking ideas? Vincent, 26 seconds. He drops his knight back the other way.
What a move. He's just retreating. He's giving up his knight seemingly for free, but it's because he's going to land his queen on f3 with check and then recapture this knight on f3. That's not the end of the story. There are all sorts of ideas going against the black king, but Vincent has calculated them all. 26 seconds on his clock, but objectively a winning advantage according to the engine. He's just playing with purpose. Every single turn has been a good choice from Vincent.
Yeah, we have to remember he's the exchange down. He's 2 points down, but it's about the quality of the pieces. Black's pieces so strong. Black's rook even doing a great job on the other side of the board. The D pawn, watch out for that to run. I mean, if white survives, that's the first question. Levon suddenly, I don't think he realizes how bad his position is. Understandably, it's just a total mess in his eyes, but it's going to dawn on him now in a must-win situation that I think at the very minimum, Robert, the white's king is so open that Vincent will be able to bail out with perpetual check if necessary. But yeah, of course he'll want to win the game if he can. queen to f3 is just unstoppable. No way to prevent that move. I think he just has to bite the bullet. Take that black knight on h5 and say, prove it, mate. Checkmate me. And Vincent will try to do so, of course. What a game, though, it's been so far. And I love that feature chat. Yes, Levon has the Alekine's gun, the 2 rooks and queen lined up, but unfortunately on the wrong side of the board.
And normally that has to stare at something. It's staring at nothing, right? The c8 square is not valuable. So White's pieces, they're not operating on squares and files that you need them to be. If you could bring this rook to the 7th rank somehow, then you start feeling better about your chances going after the black king. So we see a capture on h5. Quickly, Vincent steals back this knight, and now all of a sudden, knight f3 check, queen g4 check. There are all sorts of issues for the white king. David, no defenders in front of it.
0 defenders, 0 protection. The pawn shelter has been stripped away, all at the cost of just a rook for knight. Knight f3 looks like a killer. I don't even see any moves here, Robert. Like, everything I want to play, it walks into a knight fork or a knight check. At the very minimum as well, black's rook can come over to g8 to protect, while the black queen and knight wreak havoc together. It looks like Vincent is about to win. In the other match, though, Robert, it looks like Sarana in control. Grischuk looks devastated. He's a pawn down, Grischuk, with black. Sarana, is he going to take Division 3?
It looks to be the case. The evaluation bar is going up, up, and away, and it's getting away from Grischuk. Although, it keeps going on a seesaw. The problem for Grischuk is he needs to win. So you can repeat moves if you're Sarana to win Division 3. And Grischuk, he's in trouble. It's hard to choose either game, David, because Levon's in trouble, Grischuk's in trouble. It looks like the youngsters are going to come out on top.
Yeah, the younger generation just showing that extra energy in this marathon battle. And let's go back to this game in Division 2. So much at stake. Vincent about to secure his place in Division 1 next time, but there's a mate threat. Watch out for queen takes g7. Checkmate. He guards and he attacks at the same time. The white king walking, it feels like into trouble. The black knight can come into d3. There we go, threatening checkmate in 1 himself. Rook takes f2 is a massive threat. The white rook as well, also hanging. Robert, this might be...
It's over.
There we go. Vincent Keymer wins Division 2.
And you see Vincent, finally, his emotions, they're on his face. He is very happy because he's won $15,000. He's won the lion's share of the tour points in the 2nd division, and he's guaranteed a slot in the next event's Division 1. So congratulations to Vincent Keymer. He outlasted Levon Aronian, who was able to send the match to a grand final reset, but he just couldn't get it going in the best of 2 match. So David, what a performance from Vincent, and it looks like a great performance from Alexei Sarana as well.
Yeah, well-deserved. Vincent Keymer and Alexei here. Look at that deflection tactic, taking a pawn with check, throwing away the white rook because the black rook is now undefended and he can force a draw here if he wants with a bunch of checks. Grischuk knows 5 seconds on his clock that he is not going to survive this game. White is objectively winning. White is, after all, a pawn up, a protected pass pawn as well. That beautiful white e-pawn can run down the board sooner rather than later. But ultimately, black, I don't think he's going to save this game, Robert. Maybe Sarana will choose to bail out with a draw now. And he trades queens. Super safe choice.
As long as you don't blunder a knight fork, there's no way for Alexei Sarana to lose this game. He can make simple moves, bring his king up the board. He can push his e-pawn at any moment. So for Alexei, he doesn't need to win, but he's getting the job done, barring some kind of wild blunder that I don't even know how to make work. So it looks done.
It looks done, and there we go. Grischuk looks done as well. He made that last move with under 1 second left. The e-pawn steps forward. We're going to see a resignation. There we go. Sarana takes Division 3.
Alexei Sarana. He dropped the first match of today's action against Alexander Grischuk, but he was not to be deterred. It was a slip. It was a blip. It was momentary. But Alexei Sarana, he goes down in the history books. He wins Division 3 of the 2024 Chessable Masters. So, David, the youngsters, after being pushed to a reset, they hit the reset button, and they came back fresh, both of them winning 2-0.
Yeah, a tale of 2 halves. The first match It was very much the experienced players showing all of their cunning and their resolve, but ultimately, Vincent and Sarana, we can't fault them. They were the favourites at the beginning of the day, Robert. They had 2 lives, and yes, they lost one of them, but ultimately they survived. I think on the balance of things, very well deserved. They were the most consistent players of their respective divisions throughout this last week.
And it goes to show that coming into the final day with 2 lives rather than 1, that does make you the favorite, because when these players, they're about equivalent in strength. You can lose 1 match, but to win 2 matches in a row, it's so challenging against these superstars. So Vincent Keymer wins Division 2. We'll see him in Division 1 the next time around. And Alexei Sarana, he wins in Division 3. He jumps the play-in tournament. He will go straight to the placement, and maybe we will also see him in Division 1 the next time around. But David, why don't you take us through the critical moments, because what looks like a lopsided affair on paper, that's not always the case when you dive in to the board and the tactics.
Yeah. The result never tells the full story in chess. There's always so much bubbling under the surface, whether it's what the players are calculating, whether it's missed opportunities, and this was a tale of missed opportunities for Alexander Grischuk. Here with white, Sarana, he's just advanced his king to f2. The black queen is creating real nuisance from behind. There's ideas of going behind, hitting this bishop, and this black knight is super strong. But Grischuk, he lost momentum here. He took this pawn, and after the rook recaptures, he missed a winning move, a winning opportunity to strike back. He moved his queen away, back to g5, retreating, losing momentum, and ultimately losing this game. But if he had spotted the cunning knight to b2, in this position, he would have turned things immediately. Knights are tricky pieces. That's been the theme of today. And look at this. The black queen is hit, but you cannot take her. If you take the queen, you walk into this fork. If you move the white queen, however, then you walk into yet another fork in this position. Queen to e3 or queen to d2, for example. Queen takes rook, and another knight fork wins the game. Grischuk, 1 move, he blinked, he missed it, and ultimately was punished.
Wow. I have a love-hate relationship with game review. I love seeing tactics like that, but I hate when they tell me that I missed these beautiful tactics that could have saved the day and that would have sent this second match to Armageddon. But no Armageddon in the grand final reset. We saw Vincent Keymer take Division 2. We saw Alexei Sarana take Division 3. And we'll be joined by Vincent Keymer on the flip side of this break. Don't go anywhere. This is your 2024 Chessable Masters. We'll be back with Vincent in just a few.
Welcome to a world where each game writes a new story with endless possibilities and surprising twists. We present the next big new tournament, the Freestyle Chess GOAT Challenge. At the forefront of this epic chess spectacle is none other than Magnus Carlsen, the former world champion, facing his first duel with the reigning world champion Ding Liren since his title victory. In addition to this top duel, Carlsen has selected 6 other top challengers to make the tournament especially exciting. Be sure to watch all the games on the live stream at Chess.com and on our freestyle-chess.com website from February 9th to 16, 2024 at the first Freestyle Chess GOAT Challenge at the luxurious Weissenhaus Resort. Experience the thrill and fascination of chess in a completely new light.
The Chess World Championship has been a prestigious title for well over 100 years, but oftentimes the prize money was lackluster. Chess in the 19th century developed without an international governing body. World Championships were negotiated between players, with challengers expected to raise large enough stakes to entice a title holder to compete. The first official World Championship in 1886 had a substantial prize purse, fitting for an inaugural event. Subsequent championships failed to generate substantial purses. It would take 35 years for the World Championship's prize purse to surpass the amount raised for the first championship. Something magical happened in chess. A new challenger from the United States pierced the Iron Curtain and threatened to end Soviet dominance of the sport. Bobby Fischer won the candidates matches in 1971, earning him the right to play Spassky for the world title. Fischer was different than other players of the time. He didn't just want to be the best player, or the most dominant, or even the most famous. He wanted to be paid. Fischer grew up in abject poverty in Brooklyn, New York, and was highly motivated by money and earning what he believed chess players were worth. The storylines were interesting and diverse. USA versus the USSR. West versus East. Capitalism versus communism. The world was ready to see these two superpowers battle it out on the chess table. Fischer's demands continued to impact almost every variable of the event, including the location, the chessboard and pieces, and of course, the prize purse. Fischer even had the audacity to demand a share of the ticket sales and broadcast royalties for the players. At one point, it looked like the event might not even happen. Fischer claimed the prize money was too low, despite it already being the highest in history. Fischer's calculated moves paid off when a wealthy business owner doubled the prize purse, raising it to $250,000 or $1.7 million today. Fischer and Spassky shared a prize purse bigger than all the previous World Championship prizes combined. After their match, Boris Spassky stated to the press how grateful he was for Bobby Fischer and how the money from this event was going to change his life. Bobby Fischer single-handedly raised the profile and catapulted chess into a mainstream sport followed by millions of people. Fischer had ensured that not only he and Spassky, but every World Championship competitor after them earned a deserving prize.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're joined by the winner of Division II, Vincent Keymer. Congratulations, Vincent. Really dramatic match today. What are your initial impressions?
Yeah, I mean, I lost this pretty bad game in the second round of the first match. And then, I had prepared some kind of very aggressive idea with white in case I needed it, which I then used in game 3 to equalize the match. And I think then in this Armageddon, he just played an extremely good game. Like, I didn't really, even after the game I checked, I didn't really find any mistakes. And he was also playing quickly, which is, of course, extremely bad if you need to win the game. So I think, like, he just played an extremely good Armageddon. And then the reset match, yeah, I think both games went well. I mean, the second game, at some point, I thought I had blundered. Because, like, rook f3, queen b7, the ideas I had at first didn't work. But I think, in general, then after I found this idea of knight before queen f8, again, I was kind of confident that it might actually work. But yeah, no idea. I'll have to check with an engine afterwards.
No, we were impressed, and you had very high accuracy levels according to what we could see in that game. So, I mean, you've been playing a lot of tournaments recently, Vincent. You played in you've played multiple, and you're about to play in the Freestyle GOAT Challenge as well. How do you feel your form is? You've played a lot of chess this week.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is clearly the best result I've ever had in the Champions Chess Tour, and I also felt that I'm playing at least okay. Of course, there are always up and downs, bad games, blunders. It's online rapid, and also quite fast rapid control. It can happen, but in general, I was feeling that I'm in a rather good shape. But I think what's good about the format here is that also it really promotes fighting chess, and also in Weissenhaus we will have no opening theory as it is chess 960. So I think that's kind of a good preparation already. And of course, also there will be extremely strong players. So I think I will see Levon again soon.
And you mentioned the Champions Chess Tour encouraging fighting chess. How do you feel about the double elimination format which came into play today?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you lose one match, then you're happy. If you win all matches, you're not very happy. But in general, I think it's good in the sense that you get some chance. Yeah, sometimes it can happen that basically you lose the match due to one bad game, and I feel at some point it's actually better to have this option of saying, okay, I played one bad match, but still I have the chance to come back. And also, as we saw in the final today, like the player who won all matches up to the final has an advantage. So I think it's very fair.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that Levon played a great Armageddon game. How tough was it for you to reset mentally after that for the second match?
Surprisingly not that hard. Like I was just... Because this Armageddon, I already realized after the first 15-20 moves that it's going to be extremely difficult. Like, I mean, Levon, there's a reason why he was number 2 behind Magnus for so long, 2-8, 35, whatever, yeah? So, like, class and feeling for chess, he has more than enough, for sure, yeah? So only chance is to, like, trick him in some kind of way. So then when he got to his kind of nice position and just played by hand the classy good moves quickly, then it's really hard. So I was just thinking, okay, yeah, I lost this match. I think I had to blame myself for losing the second game. And then, I was trying to do my best with white. And also, what was helping that we immediately got a fighting position, but I think a quite good one. Like, as soon as I got to push d5, I was quite confident that my position should be much better, and then it was easy to play. And I think that's also not the kind of position he likes, because, like, I think one of the main weaknesses for him in Rapid is that basically when he gets low on time, his level drops quite a lot. So, of course, getting to a complicated position where he has to think a lot helps me. And I think that's also where the second game, the first game went quite well in the reset match.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting to hear that you're already kind of planning, your opponent's strengths, weaknesses, beforehand. Did you feel that you were the underdog at any point today after, for example, the first match, or were you always quite confident that you'd get your chances?
I mean, what means confident? Yeah, like playing against Levon, you hardly can consider yourself a favorite, especially, after losing the first match. Before at least I can say, okay, I only have to win one out of 2 matches, he has to win both. So, of course, that's a quite big advantage. But, after losing the first one, also psychologically, he's, like, happy. He feels that, actually now he has a chance, when before it was more like he has to rely on me making a mistake. So, I was not feeling that I have no chance, but, of course, I was feeling that, okay, now it's, like, really time to show my best chess. Otherwise, I will lose this fight today.
Yeah, and we do have some questions from our chat, Vincent. So John Fee asks, do you train to avoid getting nervous in these must-win or must-draw situations?
I don't know a single chess player that doesn't get nervous in those situations. That's, I think, it's also necessary, to be honest, because it's like you need some kind of extra focus and concentration. Of course, you need to train not to get overexcited or like play way too quickly, way too slowly to kind of get stuck on this. But I think if you learn how to use like some kind of nervousness, it's actually helpful even.
Mm-hmm. Fully agreed. And Elias Proyan asks, how is it possible to play so accurately with time trouble added to the mix?
Yeah, I think it really depends on the position. Like, if you refer to the second game of the reset match, I think it was simply that before I had to make the tough decisions, and after making those decisions, the rest of the moves come kind of naturally. Like, then it already makes sense what I am doing, my pieces are correctly placed, and then it's easy to play with seconds. I wouldn't consider myself like a great player with seconds, but if I get like a normal position and where it's logical, like the good moves just work, then it's not that difficult to play also with seconds. Yeah.
True, that's the dream. And looking ahead, you've now qualified for Division 1. What are you most excited about for that one?
Yeah, I mean, it's my first time playing Division 1. Like, in those play-ins last time, I finished like 9th twice, I think, so I never got the chance even to play for Division 1 last year. Now Wesley kicked me out of the race, so I'm very happy to like now finally get my Division 1. And of course, I will give my very best, and we will see what happens.
Okay, nice one, Vincent. And last question from me. Will you be watching Magnus against Alireza tomorrow? And if so, what's your prediction?
I will try to watch, but I think I'll be in a train, so I'm not sure how good the connection will be. But yeah, predictions are very tough. I think, like in my opinion, it's always, like if Magnus shows up with 100% in his best player, it's hard for me to imagine that someone will beat him, especially since also Alireza is the one who needs to win both matches. But these matches have their own kind of strategy and their own moments and their own dynamics, so I think everything's possible there.
Mm-hmm. And Vincent Keymer, congratulations on winning Division 2 of the Chessable Masters, and best of luck at the Freestyle GOAT Challenge. We'll all be cheering for you.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
And that was Vincent Keymer, your Division 2 champion in the Chessable Masters. You heard him alongside David. He gave his thoughts. He also gave some predictions for what might happen in Division 1. But what needs no prediction is the player that will join some of the others in Division 1 the next time around, Vincent Keymer. He wins the money, $15,000. He wins the tour points, and he wins that coveted spot, David. He will be in Division 1 the next time.
Yeah, he's earned his place, Robert, and I think we're all looking forward to seeing how he fares. He mentioned it's his first Division 1 of the Champions Chess Tour. I mean, that slipped past my radar because he's such a strong player. It feels like he's already established, and I mean, his chess career, it looks so bright for him. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets to the business end of Division 1 next time. The way he played today, if he can maintain that form, then he's going to be one to watch.
It's one of the brightest stars on the chess scene. Just such a talent and so humble. He kind of went under the radar for a while. He was finishing up his schooling. And now that he's done with that, he seems to be focused on chess once more. And he's about to travel to that Freestyle GOAT Challenge where he'll face off against Magnus and the others. But Vincent, he took down Division 2. We also watched the final in Division 3. And Division 3 is packed with star power, with talented players left and right. You started with 32 people, and then the field was whittled down to just one, and it's Alexei Sarana who won Division 3, and that shouldn't come as too much of a surprise because he participated in Division 1 in the 2023 season. But the way he did it, he lost the grand final first match to Grischuk, and then he won the reset 2-0. There was that one tactic that you showed, David, but Alexei Sarana, he proved that he is a tough customer. He takes down Division 3, and it's only the way up from here.
Yeah, he's so consistent, so impressive. European champion, European team champion, rapid champion. He's, just one to watch. And ultimately, yes, he was fighting against Grischuk. Missed the experience there, but he took it and well-deserved. Really consistent performance. Impressive throughout, Robert.
Super impressive play from these two divisions. Just because they may not be in the top division in this event does not mean that we aren't seeing some exceptional play. So, David, and we will see Magnus versus Alireza tomorrow in the Division 1 finals. Take me through your thoughts about what we just witnessed, Vincent and Alexei coming out on top.
Well, I think a lot to learn, especially looking ahead to that Magnus against Alireza final. After all, that too will also be a generational clash. It will also see one player with 2 lives versus 1. What we learned today is that anything's possible. If the player, even in a must-win situation, brings their best game, they can fight back. But we also learned it's a marathon. It's so tough to keep a high level throughout such a long day. So ultimately, Sarana, Keymer, congratulations. Firouzja has to do that tomorrow. It's not going to be easy, but he's the younger player, and he should take inspiration from today.
And Alireza seemed like he was happy to have this opportunity. After all, he had to make his way back through the losers bracket. So today's action, it's done for. We saw Vincent Keymer eliminate Levon. We saw Alexei Sarana win Division III. Those two players deserve a round of applause. We saw some heartbreak. We saw some upsets. But tomorrow, we will see the championship match in Division I of the Chessable Masters. It's Magnus Carlsen. It's Alireza Fruja. Do not miss it. Tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll see you then.